Yep. Been live for 15 minutes now. Except you guys are just now seeing me. I didn't realize it until I clicked on the chatbot, because chatbot's like, you're not connected. And I'm like, that's strange. Should be, because I'm live. All over the place the last 15 minutes. So obviously I forgot a step. Live on OBS, but also not live on YouTube. I hate that you. Such a bad change. I don't drink pop. I drink soda. Pop is like the worst fucking word for a drink. What does it sound like? Or what should we call it? Well, what's it sound like? Oh, let's call it pop. What are we, 3? And you are wrong for doing so. If somebody wants to call it soda pop, whatever, but you're just making it more difficult for yourself. Yeah, it is worse when you just call all soda Coke. That is actually the worst. You go to a place with obvious Pepsi products, like, can I have a Coke? A cola Coke? You Pepsi? Yeah, okay. No, so it sounds like in Egypt they have the exact opposite problem. Well, they have the same problem, but they call everything Pepsi, which is equally as bad. Pop. Can I have a pop? I think that's the accent. Hey, good job, Coulter. You're right. Man, I judge everybody's dialect. You don't want to be judged, you're in the wrong stream. Difference being I only judge you for things that don't matter. Like this. Yeah, they genericize their own brand, which is really, really bad for your IP. I mean, we all do it to a certain extent. Does anybody go to a different search engine but still say you're Googling something? Oh, you've just genericized that brand. Yeah, it sounds like it, Trep. It's the South. Everybody calls it Coke, soda, Coke. You don't say soda, you say Coke. It sounds like in Egypt, for some reason, everybody just calls a soda Pepsi, which again is equally as bad. I mean, they might have, CJ, but there's no way that would stand up to scrutiny, in my opinion, these days. Why would I use another search engine? Fair? Well, I've never said that, so maybe I'm doing it wrong. Bebsy? Okay, that's kind of cute. I guess Pepsi would sound better in your accent than Coke would. Yeah, I mean Google can do that, and they should do that. The problem is that if they're actually taking the court now, like it is a textbook case of something being genericized. Like that is law. They just call all fruit spreads jam. Okay, that kind of makes sense. I never knew that, but that kind of makes sense because they use the word jam a lot, and I'm like, there's a difference between jelly and jam. It would be more appropriate to say if everyone called all visual novel games Ace Attorney, which would be like that would be crazy. I mean, you can use jam in PB and J, but most people use jelly. Dr. Paper. Hey, Light, thank you for the $1. $1 USD. Oh, you people in your cute accents. I'm over here like paper, Pepsi, Coke. Doesn't that just sound fucking lame compared to how you guys say things? Oh, God. DJ. Oh, oh, Lord. I mean, a lot of people don't. I guess a lot of people outside the United States think peanut butter and jelly is like gross. Which, I mean, I'm not like, oh my God, peanut butter and jelly. I don't think it's bad, but I also don't think the flavor is strong enough to be considered gross. Like, that's really interesting. Maybe it's because, like, maybe it's due to the type of peanut butter and jelly I use, I guess. Doki Doki Literature Club is my favorite Phoenix Wright. Yeah, exactly. Yep. That's how that would be. Nintendo's, yeah. Yep, that's a thing. Although, I actually think it's less of a thing than it used to be. Just because video games are so much more popular now. If you went back to like late 90s, that was way more prevalent because most adults had only heard of Nintendo or Sega, and they mostly heard of Nintendo because Nintendo crushed Sega. So even when like PlayStations and shit and Dreamcast and shit came out, they were still referring to them as Nintendos. But I think the Nintendo brand actually has gotten stronger recently because of the longevity and influx of different brands. Stars and Stripes food are peanut butter burgers and French fries, not 64-ounce colas. I was just watching some development. I love how their Wee Britain district has their own American restaurant, and they're like normally. Well, actually, I don't want to assume anything because I don't know everywhere. In America, we generally most restaurants, you'll get some sort of starter, like bread, or like Mexican restaurants have chips and salsa, that sort of thing. And their starter was a dozen donuts. He's like, I got your dozen donuts, and I'll get you all a couple 64-ounce colas. And it's like obviously a British guy trying to do a southern accent. He has like a cowboy hat. It's hilarious. Dog knows. Dog is a man of culture. Okay, hold up. What donuts are you having that you call them overrated? Are you just having like basic ass cornmeal donuts? Because yeah, those aren't great. Are you eating just at Dunkin' Donuts where they just warm up frozen donuts? Because yeah, you have to temper your expectations for that. Have you gone to like a real donut place and got them while they were like just baked? Because that's some of the best baked anything you're ever going to have in your life. Krispy Kreme's also really good, but that's because holy shit what they do to it. They're terrible for you. I've never had it. Still probably going to be bad. Nah, that's poor. That's poor. I never assume anything I haven't had is going to be bad. Is exactly why I still tried that orange Coke thing, the Dream thing or whatever. So I was like, it might be good. It has orange. So like, like I'm not gonna assume it's great, but I'm not gonna assume it's bad. Just a poor way of approaching things. Yeah, it's Dunkin' now because more people go to get their coffee than their donuts because their coffee quality eclipses their donut quality. We have a little place that has little, they give you little donuts and like they fry them right there. They throw them in the fryer and they give them to you. They're hot. You can get either powdered sugar or cinnamon or both. I haven't been there so long. Waffle donuts sound good. I've never had one though. I would hope they'd be good. I mean, donuts from small establishments have to be generally better, right? I'm sure somebody dunked their donut in the coffee. Only Homer Simpson and police officers like donuts, he says, despite like a dozen people in chat currently defying that exact claim. Well, soggy anything is like not that good. See, churros are something where I've only had like one good churro, but I don't think churros are bad. I think the places that I've had them at are lazy in their churro creation. Because I have had a good churro, so I know what the difference is between like they actually cared or made their churros instead of just warming frozen churros up. What? Why do you say it like that? What? The ship's doctor and Azure were romantically involved? Puff, puff, pass! Well, that's my theory, but I don't actually know if it's true. Zura would never get involved at that god-awful ship's doctor. I do admit, we're friends. Would Azura send Dr. Crab videos, I wonder? I mean, what kind of videos we talking about here? You know, it's funny, we made a lot of progress, and, like, we definitely had a false start. We're like, I started, and then we were talking for, like, another 25 minutes. It's CJ. Gaming VODs, there you go. She sends him gaming VODs. I mean, he looks old, but I mean, I have graying hair and I'm 36. That's not super old. I don't know. I guess it depends on how you look at like age gaps in relationships. We also don't know how old Asura is. Handmade. Oh God. Can I check his profile? Sometimes they don't let me look at profiles. Probably because we're in like not free. Let's get it! Let's get it! Let's get it! Let's get it! Let's go! Hey, man, welcome to the student body. Much appreciated. Edgeworth dances for you. So he's, I mean, okay, I would say that based on this look, he's only, I would use the word only 40, because it is a little unfortunate to be completely grayed by 40. Okay, what year was she deceased? I mean, she doesn't look like, she looks older than Sasha does. I don't know, maybe that's, doesn't she look like she's probably later 20s? Sasha's 22. That's just my guess, but I guess we don't really. Okay, I agree that she looks older 30s or early 30s, but when it comes to anime, you have to take whatever you actually think it is and still lower the age a little bit. And then that's the real answer. Okay, she's like 23 or 25, but not 24. Not 24. God damn it, if you guess 24, I'm gonna fucking, He doesn't look 10 anymore. I actually think they did a good job of aging her up. Like, they kinda, I'm not sure if they actually made her face a little smaller, but they made it smaller relative to, like, either they stretched out her, features so that her forehead isn't as big and it looks like she grew into her face more, or they just shortened it and then they elongated her neck a little bit, like, oh, and then the hair, of course, but I'm trying to think of stuff like other than, because the hair is not, I don't think she looks 17, but she looks a lot older than she did, at least like 6 or 7 years older. It's dyed? Why would you dye it? Oh, it's Simon. It's not Simon. I mean, yeah. I would assume this is dyed. Videos? What do you mean? What kind of videos? Well, I mean, Lotus being 40, that's like a rare case of like, yeah, that actually makes sense. She looks like she's 40, in my opinion. Like, people my age or a little older don't look as old as people that are like 20 or 18 think we do. You ask an 18-year-old to draw a 36-year-old, they'd probably draw me with a goddamn cane. Well, yeah, if you can avoid execution, prison is actually not that bad. No, she does not! Oh my god, she does not look 40. She looks like she's pushing 50 at like the youngest. That is insulting to everybody that's around the age of 40. God. Azura used to send her boyfriend videos of herself teaching the orca tricks. I used to help Azura take the videos on her TV phone. Why are we calling it that? What was this game made? Nobody called it a TV phone, and it existed. This is an interesting bit of information. Not to mention it's a flip. So TV phones can shoot videos too, huh? My dumb phone sure can't. I would bet that by the year 2026, you would actually have to pay more to have a basic flip phone than you would for just having like a basic smartphone. They're tech exclusive to the aquarium? That is weird. That would imply that the aquarium has their own, like, hardware engineer on staff, right? Well, not only does he have the same phone, but it's still in service somehow. Because, like, can it get to the point where, like, your phone is so old it just actually can't work with certain services? These TV phones are amazing. They can even record sounds you and I can't hear. Okay, that's kind of cool. All the equipment we use at Shipshape Aquarium is high tech. Ship's doctor sends away for all kinds of electronics. All the high tech stuff is Dr. Krabs doing, huh? Well, I mean, Dr. Krabs is from the year, like, when does Cowboy Bebop take place? From that year. Like, from like 10 years after that. Anyway, I still highly trout Asura's boyfriend was the ship's doctor. But Dr. Crab found a charm yesterday. He was really shaken by it. I love how we are just instantly dismissing the fact, or dismissing the possibility. She's not even entertaining the possibility that Asura could have been fucking around with two people. That's not super uncommon. That charm looked just like your keepsake of Asura. Yeah, well, she did say she and her boyfriend had matching charms. Is the ship's doctor and Asura really a couple? I can't believe it. I think Dr. Crab will be called as a witness. There are still so many unanswered questions, but I hope to solve them all in today's trial. I believe in you too. I know you can do it. And we will, Sasha, we promise. All rise for the honorable judge. Court is now in session for the trial of Sasha Buckler. That's rah! Ready. I'm completely thrown off. Very good. It appears both the prosecution and the defense are ready. Yesterday it was proven that the orca was not guilty and that the victim fell to his death. Prosecutor Blackwell, did your investigation of the orca pool area turn up anything? I mean, have to be, otherwise. Or Miss Sasha Buckler, I'm just saying. Dead on a bloodstain from the victim at the bottom of the pool. On this. Oh my, what a frightening looking rock. You say it has a bloodstain on it? Looking at it gives me the willies. We can assume that there was no water in the pool at the time of the incident. Oh, you know what? Okay. So I have a new fresh pair of eyes, and once again, a fresh perspective. Don't answer me. So my original thought of it being that woman and her wrapped up scarf was incorrect. So this is I'm moving on to my new theory. Don't comment or dog will murder you. I'm giving him the go-ahead for execution. A few things we were told that I didn't really pay much attention to last time. That I thought about now, and I'm like, okay, I wonder if the murder happened in the other outside. There are no cameras there. They could have picked up the body through that conveyor belt and then dropped it, which is why he initially sunk, because it, he dropped. He wasn't like just there. It actually dropped him from above. So he sunk initially, which then caused the orca to grab him and bring him back up. That was not something I had considered before, but a few of those facts I had kind of like just brushed aside, but I think they're there for more of a reason than just, oh, we moved, I forgot what it was. We moved something. Or they can move the orca, right? Like that's how they move the orca? Very good. Well, a clever little deduction. Oh ho, well it's nice to get a compliment from a felon. Convicted felon. In prison for murder. He murdered somebody, right? Oh, we don't know. We don't know, right? We're not exactly sure. There's just been an implication with Athena, but we could make an educated guess, but we don't know for sure. Prosecutor Blackwell has completely tamed the judge with his carrot and stick approach. Guess I should have brought a few carrots of my own. Candied them. So much better than normal carrots. Right, moving along, I've prepared a witness. Bucklow was the only one who entered that room when there was no water in the pool. Witness will prove that. Come to the stand, witness. Looking the wrong way. Well, now that you can't unsee that. Now the problem is that her hair is the... That's not the way her hair is, silly. Well, you're gonna have to let me know what looks sillier. The fact that her hair is mirrored now, or that she's actually looking the right way. Is Sanchez the last name of the dude in Rick and Morty? I'm assuming that's the reference. I mean, she could be looking like here. You guys are making it gross. See? She's looking up to her boss. There we go. She's simply looking up to her boss. She's looking at him like, I want to be like him someday. No romantic, nothing. She's just looking up to him like, Of course, Morty's name is Smith. Name and occupation. I can't put her too much lower, otherwise her fucking face is gonna be covered by his broad ass shoulder. I still haven't seen the show. It was the show that everybody's like, dude, you of all people have to watch that show. And I'm like, I'll get to it, and I just never did. What's later on? Because it has what, 6 seasons? Like season 4? Should I watch like the first 3 maybe? Ugh. Also, how is my Oh, so if it's like if Arrested Development went off the deep end, which I guess was Arrested Development seasons 4 and 5, except Rick and Morty's apparently still funny. Season 3. Also, how's the audio? My audio level. I still am not sure about where it is right now. I'm worried that it's too low at times. I decided after that Stan episode where everybody starts just talking about shit or whatever that I'm never watching South Park again. I was like, all right, you know what? You guys are, yep, I'm done. This is just depressing and unfun. And if I want depressing and unfun, I would just go watch Requiem for a Dream or something. No, this was literally like he was growing up, and as you grow up, everybody just sounds like farts. Like, I'd watched every episode up to that point, and that was the point where I'm like, nope, I'm done. This show isn't fun to me anymore. This episode is just it's just getting depressing. I'm not really laughing as much as I used to. The show just generally isn't as good, and this episode was just my nope. Just like Family Guy. Family Guy's a worse show overall, but I still watched it pretty consistently until the episode where Stewie and Brian were in the bank, and I'm like, yep, this show isn't for me anymore. That's it. That's it. We had a good run. I'm done. I never saw a new episode after that. I don't know, like 14 or 15 maybe. Oddly enough, I still watch Always Sunny. Figure that shit out. I watched Scott's Tots one time, and I am never watching that episode again. I would rather watch season 9, the entirety of season 9, than watch Scott Tots once. I don't think there's anything wrong with liking Family Guy. It's lowbrow humor, but lowbrow humor can still be funny. It's still humor. And it's anybody that says they can't find something about that show that's funny to them are fucking liars. The writers are not idiots. They're talented individuals. It's just the way that they're told to write the stories is very ugh. Well, fuck him. He is confirmed to be a convicted murderer. Okay. Robert California was disappointing to me. He wasn't bad. He was disappointing. Of course, I also don't think the Will Ferrell episodes are bad. I think the Will Ferrell episodes are actually very underrated, except for the last episode. And the reason the last episode is bad is because suddenly he was written completely different from all the other episodes. The 3 episodes before it? It just didn't make any sense. I've heard of the Venture Bros, but I just don't think I've ever, because for some reason I thought it looked different, and I was like, I don't think I like the animation style, but I mean, this looks fine. That can't. I must have been thinking of something else. And Robert California came on strong at the end of season 7, and he turned out to just be kind of a weirdo. And then by the end, he just completely fell apart. That was disappointing. But yeah, season 8's significantly better than 9 is. Season 9 sucks. They bring in 2 new characters, and you're supposed to suddenly buy that. What's her fuck and the new guy they fell in love, even though Pete's a milquetoast piece of shit in terms of like entertainment value. He's obviously not a piece of shit person. He's a good person, but he's just, I don't care about him on my screen. Go away. You're lame. And then you have Andy, who was, all the writers suddenly forgot how to write Andy, as though he had been a completely different character for the 8 seasons prior to season 9. It was just terrible writing. The writers lost their goddamn minds for a season. They're all tripping acid or some bullshit. He's even worse than season 3 Andy, though. At least season 3 Andy was basically harmless. Except for that wee bit of anger management. Oh, Peter versus the chicken scenes were always bad. They're just Peter and a chicken fighting. They had a lot of gags that were just stupid. Like that gag where that dude kept singing randomly in the middle of the episodes. That one where he did like a full set. It was like a full song during a Family Guy episode. That was my first indication that I was about to stop watching the show. I'm like, this was a waste of my time. And there's nothing I hate more than wasting my time. Conway Twitty? Is that his name? I mean, that's what happened in that 70s show, and that fucking bombed. The shows that, like, don't try to emphasize the characters as much do a lot better with that. Community's kind of like that. They weren't, like, the greatest, but they did a better job of it because they didn't suddenly, like, thrust the new characters into super prominent roles. They kind of, like, brought them in gradually. Like, tried to do it in a more organic way. The problem is the characters just weren't as good as the characters that left. Name and occupation, now. Dr. Herman. Beep! Beep! Sniper, stay in there. Who is that cute little creature? Such a restless bird, quite unlike Taka. Peep? Oh, Peep? Wow. Chalk went up for Taka. He shut Sniper up with a single sound. Son of a bitch. Dr. Herman Crab, Shipshape Aquarium's veterinarian. And could you tell us the name of your cute little friend there as well? Cutie. Your Honor, please focus on the case. I mean, if it's gonna be there and interrupting him, at least I'd like to know how I'm supposed to address it. But it's important to learn all we can about the witness. This is Sniper. Beep 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 beep. He's the offspring of a penguin named Rifle. Sniper lives in my hair. Might cause a commotion now and then, but please try to ignore her. Or at least forgive her. Next person to ask me when we're playing the game is gonna get outright banned for a period of time. I can't stand when people do that. You don't control the stream. Don't ask. Why anybody would think that's appropriate is beyond me. Actual ban, not a timeout. Jesus Christ, people are so goddamn inconsiderate. You know the deal now? I don't just play through the game. Fucking live with it. Don't ask again. I'll choose to not get banned. It is your, well, Zeph, now I lost the game. You know how long I went not losing the game? No, nothing got deleted. No, Amadeus is like, when are we playing the game? Go do something else. You're not having a good time. Nope, I cater to myself. More so than anyone. Y'all should know that right now. That's why I don't post clickbait. Because I, with myself, would never like it. That's funny. I should do something like... I should. And then have everybody be mad at you. But, you know what? I'm very anti that sort of discipline. Like, people in the army do that. That's such bullshit. The way you're disciplining people is making, like, threatening to make others hate them. God, such a brain dead way of attempting to discipline someone. If you don't do this, then everybody's gotta... That's so stupid. Don't punish everyone else because one person's having an issue. Yeah, and rightfully so, because that teacher was an idiot. Anybody that does that is an idiot. Also, Zeph, I got you. I got you. I'd play it if I wouldn't worry about copyright. I was originally going to call the animal keeper to the stand, but he refused to testify, so I settled on the veterinarian. Always gotta love when the prosecution has to settle on their witness. Now tell us. Whoa. Was I seeing things or did his eyes light up? That was kind of awesome. I was the defendant in the orca pool room when the water was drained. Well, and that's not even a reason to fucking, like, discipline somebody. You didn't do anything wrong. That's just how you are. It's such a... Like I said, anybody who does that, you can come at me right now. You're a fucking moron. In the early hours of July 20th, Sasha was cleaning the orca pool room. Sasha and Jack Shipley, the owner, scheduled to do the cleaning together. During cleaning, the pool water is drained. While the cleaning was going on, Marlon was taking care of the orca in the show pool. Pool water would never be drained unless the pool was being cleaned. And your claim is that the victim was made to fall to his death during the cleaning? You Buckler and the owner had the security card necessary to enter the orca pool room. I already know from the security company's records of card usage that the defendant was in the orca pool room during the time of cleaning. Okay, so one thing I'd like to point out here, he's bringing up stuff from the prior trial as fact, and I understand why the game is doing this, but in an actual trial, all of this stuff would have to be reintroduced as evidence again, like foundational evidence to what he's saying. He can't just say it and then be like, well, we already knew that. Like, it's something that you still have to bring up. We don't just assume everything from the last trial into this trial. The game's doing it so that it's not repetitive, and I understand it, and I don't fault the game for it. But I just wanted to point out that that's not how it would actually happen. But this is one change that I think makes sense, especially from a game enjoyment point of view. So they would probably have Simon, not Simon, I keep thinking his name, this is Simon. They would probably have Krabs provide that foundational information again. A witness's testimony and record of security card usage are conclusive evidence. Interesting, that's quite a conclusory statement. No one besides the defendant was at the scene, and the water in the pool was drained. Uh-oh, the judge already seems to be leaning toward the other side, as always. At this point, Phoenix, I would be concerned if he was leaning toward your side, because you'd be in an uncomfortable position of being in the lead to start. You have to strike fast. Your Honor, we're ready for our cross-examination now. Oh, yes, of course. Please proceed then. Power of youth comes in handy at times like these. It was, wasn't it? That's why I said conclusive. So here's a tip from me that you might not hear from anybody, and it's not something I was taught, but it goes based on the principles that I learned about arguing and how how weak conclusory statements are. Do not ever use the word conclusion and have that be your last sentence. Or at least the last part of it. If you're using the word conclusion, you still have to follow it up with a summation of your argument. Otherwise, it just sounds very, very weak. That's why even earlier in school, we're taught that a conclusion paragraph, they might say, like, everyone's like, in conclusion, blah, blah, blah. But then you also recap what you said. Not just, we can write, in conclusion, this, and then that's the end of the essay. Conclusion, I disagree with the defense. Ah. Excellent argument. Early morning hours of July 20th. Oh, yeah. Cleaning is going on. Marlon was taking care of the orca show pool. The water would never be drained unless the pool cleaned. Okay, let's take a look-see at some of this stuff. Torpedo. Hold it! Why is the cleaning done so early in the morning, essentially in the middle of the night? Our aquarium is open every day of the year without break. Of course the cleaning has to be done at night when there are no visitors. No days off, is that it? I can relate to that. Every day you're not prosecuting, you're off. I mean, unless they work you in prison every day. If they're not doing anything, they get a day off. I guess you don't get a day off technically of being a prisoner, but being a prisoner isn't a job. Things sure are different around our office, huh, boss? But we have almost every day off. You don't have to rub it in quite so enthusiastically. So, was the defendant cleaning alone? At least it seems like her job satisfaction is high. Sorewa kanji desu. I have no idea what that kanji is. I am absolutely incompetent at reading kanji. We learned in law school how to use the colon pretty effectively. I wouldn't say I'm 100% like correct in my usage, but I'd say my usage or my that conversion rate shot up from like 10% to like 90%. Oh, chow. The colon, yes. The colon. Actually, it wouldn't be it Interestingly, Coulter talks about the colon, but then uses a semicolon. No. Hold it! I honestly don't know what a Costco fart is either. Enlighten me. But Miss Buckler said that Mr. Shipley never showed up to help with the cleaning. I don't know anything about that. All I know is what was on the schedule. Maybe they changed plans. They probably felt awkward with each other after their fight. In any case, there's no proof the victim entered the orca pool during cleaning. Objection! If you ever start your yammering, I will pull your tongue out and barbecue it. I mean, that's a vicious threat, but that's not an actual objection. You have to be so violent. Proof or none, the victim must have entered the pool room during cleaning. Witness tell him why. Jack must have entered the orca pool. The reason I think so is because... Hold it! Don't you mean to say that the record shows both of their cards being used? No, only Sasha's. They must have gone in together. Jack's body was found in that room, so that's the only logical explanation. Incorrect, Spike of the Speaker. Talked about this just yesterday. I'll be right back. Time. Okay, so So, I said it was fine that the game was doing what it did for the sake of entertainment. Like, not having to restate everything for foundational purposes. However, don't call attention to the fact that what you're doing is ridiculous. Which is exactly what the game did right there. Went an hour and 9 minutes before I needed a drink. That's pretty good. Good. What the fuck is it? Oscar. That was like the perfect fart for that circumstance, too. Kind of culture, close. The joke passes muster. Even though we're stretching a little bit with the, it's not that I got thirsty, it's that I got frustrated. So it's odd how like convenient every time, like farts just always tend to come out the exact way they need to for any situation, even fake farts. KY brought in a fart machine to high school once. It had 3 different farts. One like emphatic one like shorter one, and then one that like dragged on. Let's Hey, Light. Welcome back. Almost 3 years. Don't forget about that sale I just mentioned. Capcom is having a multi-platform sale, many franchises, and a good discount too. Stuff like Monster Hunter, Mega Man, Resident Evil, and Ace Attorney. Well, I'll see if they have that new. I never got Resident Evil 3. I should say. Anyways, so we're high schoolers. It's dumb humor, but I gotta say, in our Japanese class, when we were. What happened is that it ended up on the ground and people were like kicking it back and forth so it wouldn't be under them when the sound went off. And eventually one guy who's basically the class clown, and he ended up with the remote and it under his desk. He's like handing his assignment over, so he leans like this. And like the way he leaned, there's one of those 3 farts that was perfect. And it just happened to be on that exact one. That exact one played. And it was the long drawn, like he was really just leaning and it just like kept going out as he kept leaning forward. It's like, that could not have went any better. Oh. There's your lowbrow humor when I was in high school that I enjoyed. I'm glad he got rid of that machine though, because the remote could unlock my mother's old SUV, which was kind of weird. Couldn't lock it, but could unlock it. Oh yeah, we're all still in our adolescence. I don't know. All I know is he brought it over to my house once, and each time he clicked it, we're like, who keeps unlocking the SUV door? And we're just starting like, are you fucking kidding me? He's like, I'm not bringing this over anymore. Like, yeah, we might not, like, you don't want to accidentally do that, and then suddenly it was unlocked, and it's on the street, and somebody, like, ends up breaking in and stealing something. They don't even have to break in, they just open the door. I'm sure that type of thing doesn't happen anymore. This was, after all, 2004. Some of you weren't even born yet, and holy shit, is that depressing. Ah, exactly, Phoenix. You're even more bird brain than rifle.
Objection!
Are you objecting to his statement, or to... I guess that answers my question. Witness, I will not allow birds to be belittled in my presence. Limit your disparaging comments to the defense alone. Oh, I get disparaged either way. Great. Bird lover, huh? I guess we're not destined to become best friends. That's fine. All I need is for you to talk about the state of the scene during cleaning. Right? Fine. Well, I don't know. I think the two of them were made for each other.
Hold it!
This seems... That was kind of... Blackwell's thing was kind of funny, but other than that, it was just... That seemed like a filler...
Hold it!
The filler arc of the cross-examination. So Orla was moved all the way over to the show pool? Why is that? Well, wouldn't do to get her covered in cleansing, would it? Of course she was moved. You don't take a bath while you're cleaning the tub, do you? Excellent point. I usually clean the tub after I take a bath myself. I was assigned to clean the shower stalls yesterday. They were cleaner than an 8-0 bathhouse by the time I was done. Edom. I guess Prosecutor Blackwell is the fastidious. I guess. Oh, I was saying it in Athena's voice. I guess Prosecutor Blackwell is the fastidious type. Why did you show Athena if she wasn't the one talking? I polished it up real nice. Turned that son of a bitch sideways and stuck it straight up the judge's candy. I polished it so well. I bet the inmates are slipping and sliding all over right about now. Teach them to drop the soap. Maybe he's not so much the fastidious type as the prankster type. Somehow, I don't think that's it either. Anyway, cleaning the orca pool is just like cleaning the tub.
Hold it!
There's no possibility it would be drained at any time other than the cleaning? None. Jot down with a single word. Why are you so certain? Think about it. If the pool water were drained, what would happen to the orca? The poor thing! Okay, so I was right, but I wasn't sure because it has been drained for something other than cleaning. And we know that, but I didn't know if this was going to be good enough as something to present. I think it is. The poor thing! What side are you on, Athena? Exactly. Without water, Orla would be alright for a short period of time, but anything longer than that would pose serious risks. She could even die. The fact that Orla's alive and well is proof the water wasn't drained on her. That's right. The orca pool and the show stage pool are next door to each other. A hoist runs between the two to move the orca and equipment back and forth. Oh. Not over there. Not over there. When intensive cleaning is done, the orca is moved to the show stage pool first. So the water is only drained while the pool is being cleaned. Please add that information to your testimony. Okay, so we probably had to have... Okay, that makes sense.
Objection!
I mean, it is interesting to hear about what's going on in the clink. Again, I would have tried to, like, link all of his stories to a prisoner from a prior game, but maybe that wouldn't have worked out at some point. One guy in there, his personality flips like a light switch. And that tells me that you never know how someone's going to act from one second to the next. Or something like that. Yes. First of all, anybody who's watched The Office has heard it called the clink. Thanks to fucking Prison Mike. But no, I heard it called the clink, like, for the first time, probably late elementary school, I'm guessing, which is probably later than most people, around here at least. If you watch the Latino dub, then I hope they said something that would also mean the clink. How and why do I remember what? Prison Mike? Or what I remembered in elementary school? Oh, well, I'm trying to use deductive, or would it be inductive, reasoning. I remember it being used fairly frequently in middle school, but I don't really remember it being said much before that. But I feel like I never didn't know what it meant in middle school. So that's how, it's not that I remember exactly when it happened, but more I'm trying to logically figure out when it probably happened. The water in the pool is drained. You say the orca could die. Is that necessarily true? What are you talking about? There's a way to let the water out without harming the orca, isn't there? Your Honor, please allow me to submit this photograph. I swear to God, it'll make you laugh. Oh, this is... As you can see, there is no water around the Skull Rock area. Why does it say luminol on here? Ignore that, Your Honor. Because he obviously did not, like, have a clean copy. With the pool in this state, the victim could have been made to fall to his death. However, there is water on the other side of the partition. Orla looks just fine. Except we know he wasn't. She wasn't, although that was because of a sleeping pill. Son of a bitch. In other words, if the partition is set up at the bottom of the pool, the water can be drained without doing Orla any harm. Are you implying the water could have been drained at any time other than at a... Are you implying the water could have been drained at... Wow, I can't. Are you implying, sir, that the water could have been drained at a time other than during cleaning? Yes, there's that possibility. Dr. Krabs is shaking. Looks like he has something to hide. It has something to do with the calendar note about meeting with the victim? It might. I'll submit it to the judge. Your Honor, please take a look at this calendar. What are these wackly curly straw arrows? You waved that around in court yesterday. No need to... I have my copium right here. Ah, you waved that around in court yesterday. No need to drag out your souvenir today. Actually, I would like you to make note of the entry for the day of the incident. Let me see. Here. Meet the captain at the orca pool at 7 a.m.? This note is about a meeting planned with the victim. What? The defense would like to argue that, at the time of that meeting, the pool may have been drained of its water. Whose calendar is that? One thing that's going to be really interesting when I put together those prosecutor videos is, like, trying to discern situations that people might have criticized them for, like, arguing a certain way, but in fact they might not have done that had they actually known about some piece of evidence or information that we had, and not holding that against them. I'm going to try to make that rating system as comprehensive as possible. Students of... Maybe I should make an alternative channel that's Attorneys of Justice. Ace Attorneys of Justice. Well, see, in England, there's only students of jamming. But in the US, there's students of jellying, jamming, students of marmalading, students of... Come on, dog, help me out. You may submit said petition. Oh, we can't allow that message to stand. It belongs to Dr. Herman Crab. Isn't that right, Dr. Crab? Son of a bitch. So you suspect me, don't you? What is the meaning of this calendar entry, Dr. Crab? Explain yourself. Fine. I was supposed to meet Jack at the orca pool at that time, but I ended up not going. You're saying you simply broke your promise? You can't get out of it that easily. I believe you have some explaining to do, mister.
Objection!
The blade is sharper than I thought. Right, Dono? But your cut was shallow, a mere surface scratch. There's a saying amongst prisoners, do not see, hear, nor speak to smooth-talking lawyers. Including your own. And guess what? There's a reason they're all in prison. Like, that is actually one of the stupidest things he could have said. All prisoners have a saying. Don't talk to smooth-talking lawyers. Probably what made them end up going to prison in the first place. If you think the witness is suspicious, show your proof. The calendar alone isn't good enough, huh? It's not for the prosecution to decide, it's up for the judge to decide that. Oh, Phoenix, you fucking pussbag. I have to prove the victim could have fallen to his death at that 7 a.m. meeting time. Let's put our heads together, boss. The victim could have fallen during cleaning when the pool was completely drained. Or, using the partition, it could have been at 7 a.m. with the water partially drained. What would be the major difference in circumstances between these two possibilities? What circumstance was different? The answer could really tell us something. What circumstance is different between the two possibilities of cleaning and 7 a.m.? The murder occurred at a time other than during the cleaning. The orca must have been there. Oh, you're right, and that would mean that Orla witnessed the murder. What's this? You're sheathing your sword so soon? Stop doing that, stop doing that. Stop aiming to each other and show me how you wield your sword. Alright then, my sword is poised and ready. Eight-year-old Twain joke in my head. The murder was committed at a time other than during cleaning time, and Orla must have been present at the scene. If I can prove that the murder happened right in front of Orla, then I can prove that Miss Buckler is not guilty. Order in the court. Mr. Wright, are you implying that the orca was a witness to the crime? That is exactly what I'm implying. And how do you intend to prove the orca witnessed the murder? What are you going to do? Put the orca on the stand and cross-examine her? This is a critical point. You better think about it carefully. Defense will... Will this show something at 7 a.m.? Although, probably not, because this is torpedo data. Doesn't mean that it's this specific data? Or does it mean that it can be all of the torpedo's data? Ambiguous. Ambiguous game, that's bad form. That's bad form. You gotta make it clear for your audience. It is not vague, because it's only one of two answers. Let's try presenting first. The defense will present evidence that will prove Orla witnessed the murder. Going to present evidence? Knowing the defense, I thought surely you would try to cross-examine the orca. I must say I'm a little disappointed. Gee, sorry to get your hopes up, Your Honor. Very well, let's see this evidence then. I mean, you have cross-examined a parrot before. What evidence shows that the murder took place right in front of the orca? Doesn't show that it witnessed the murder, because he could have been dead. I think it's this. Otherwise, I think we might have to cross-examine him further.
Take that!
Good job, Phoenix. No, I don't want to save. I want to load. Doesn't matter. As long as they let me go back to... Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, that's a problem. Is it because he has she has luminol or blood on her?
Take that!
This photo indicates where we discovered luminol reactions yesterday. By accident, we got some of the luminol testing fluid on Orla. We were then very surprised to see luminol reactions on Orla's body. Of course, you can't see it in the photo. You'll just have to take our squiggly lines word for it.
Objection!
So Ovid, there's nothing odd about that, as we discussed in yesterday's trial, the orca was bleeding. Traces of the orca's blood were also found on the skull rock. The orca must have injured herself when she rammed the rock. That cloud of blood Mr. Plume saw was from Orla headbutting the skull rock, was it? He's just taking that as fact? I mean, it could be right, but Blackwell's just like, this is my theory. And Phoenix is like, oh, really? I had not considered that. Let me update my information. Those luminol reactions you saw on the orca are most likely from a headbutt.
Objection!
What's odd is the position of those bloodstains. Please take a good look at the photograph. Every time I do, it makes me laugh. How did Orla get so red? And what the hell is on Shipley's head? That's the closest we'll get. Mildly pleased. It's something for our mildly pleased. Yesterday, Mr. Plume said the blood had disappeared when Orla put on a hat. Testimony indicated that Orla's injuries were under the hat area. However, these luminol reactions are in two entirely separate areas from her injuries. These bloodstains can't... I almost missed that one. Oh, I'd never restarted chatbot. Although that would work. Congratulations still doesn't work. I still don't know why. Look at CJ over here trying to be a teacher's pet. I'm gonna spell out. Because everyone knows that every number under 100 in legal writing should be spelled out and not presented in a numeric form. Probably. I just gotta give it, actually give it the time of day. I just haven't. But you're probably right, Light. Yeah, the KY command wasn't working because... KY works now. It's just chatbot wasn't up. Now chatbot's up. Haven't you noticed a distinct lack of class rep?
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
So, when I pulled chatbot up the first time, I wasn't live on YouTube because I hadn't pressed the button, and chatbot wasn't connected to it. And so it said, oh, it's not connected. And for some reason, when chatbot says something isn't connected when you first open it, I have a hard time actually getting it connected once I am connected. So it's easier to simply restart the program. I almost missed the 6th yesterday reference. Because this time Phoenix did it. These bloodstains can't, he referenced testimony from yesterday. These bloodstains can't be Orla's own blood from when she was headbutting. Now, he could actually do that by getting the court transcript. That's not... He could do that, but that's not what he did, right? He just said it. These bloodstains can't be Orla's own blood from when she was headbutting. then where did the blood come from? But even then, the judge might be like, that's not enough. We need to get her in for foundational testimony. Because, especially since they weren't, like, focused on that specific topic, it's my firm belief that it's the victim's blood. The victim was killed right in front of Orla. And the victim's blood splattered onto Orla's body. Ah! I bet it's not his blood. Now it all finally makes sense. Now it finally all makes sense. Orla was a witness to the murder, so that's why. There's one more fact that indicates Orla was a witness to the murder. There's more? The culprit was afraid Orla could somehow reveal what she witnessed. That's why they did what they did. It's the only thing that makes sense. That's still speculation. I have to present that evidence and then speculate immediately. Evidence that proves the culprit thought Orla was a dangerous witness. Oof. Ooh. Ooh, I would object to this so hard.
Take that!
The defense would like to submit this evidence. What's this? It looks like some sort of medicine. It's a sleeping drug, Your Honor. A very powerful one. This sleeping drug was discovered in Orla's stomach yesterday. The culprit tried to drown Orla by putting her into a deep sleep. Tried to drown the orca, but why? Right now, are you trying to tell this court that the perpetrator tried to kill an orca off to prevent a witness from talking? You really expect to defeat me with that feeble attack? My sword has been drawn. I'm not about to sheathe my evidence now, or my speculation. Orcas have an enormous potential for intelligence. Potential. The possibility that Orla could somehow manage to reveal the truth can't be denied. The culprit believed in this possibility, and that's why they tried to kill her. Dr. Herman Crab, you purchased this sleeping drug, didn't you? What? Does this mean the veterinarian tried to do away with the orca? I keep wanting to say Orla. Who but a veterinarian would better know how to disguise an orca's death? Well, that makes me never want to take my dog to a veterinarian. Why didn't you sheathe your evidence with me? Probably has something to do with you calling me the entire circus. Especially after 2-3. Ooh, dramatic. Although I guess we didn't go against him after that. He could even prevent the police from examining Orla's body. Why, you? Are you actually accusing me of trying to murder the orca? How dare you slander the noble profession of veterinarian? Wow. My goodness, one could cut the tension in this courtroom with a knife. Yes, I admit to purchasing that sleeping drug. However, it was subsequently stolen from my lab. That's such a flimsy excuse. It's the truth. What else can I say? Any one of the crew members could have entered my lab. I guess that weakens my evidence quite a bit. If he's telling the truth! Besides, think about it for a minute. Who was it that treated Orla after she swallowed the drug? It was I. But as I recall, it took you quite a while to give that treatment. You didn't even come on your own. We had to go get you. Son of a bitch. You just remember all sorts of little details, don't you, Mr. Lawyer? That's why we are the way we are. God damn it, you're actually trying to do your job correctly, aren't you, Mr. Yeah, you can cut this tension with a knife. Prosecutor Blackwell, if you would please. Orca pool and the lab are far apart. No wonder he didn't know Orla's condition.
Objection!
Good objection. didn't you know? That's highly doubtful. Actually, not a good objection, but we know that he's going to counter his argument, and he's got good reason. As far apart as they were, Dr. Crab still had a way to know all about Orla's condition. The defense would like to submit evidence that the witness knew about Orla's condition.
Take that!
The inaptly named Torpedo. Yeah, you just had to bring that up, didn't you? Nah. Nah. Wait, does he expect people are like just really bad at their jobs? Like if I was a lawyer, I was talking to a vet, and and they actually like cured it, and I didn't want it to be cured. Like, you just had to cure my dog, didn't you? You just had to be competent at what you did. With this advanced data system, surely you would have known Orla's condition.
Objection!
Wait just one moment. What is this torpedo? Dr. Crab, how dare you bring a weapon of mass destruction into my courtroom? Torpedo, or teleobservation real-time pertinent data organizer, is a data system. Until yesterday, only Dr. Crab and Mr. Shipley knew about Torpedo. I'm curious. Indulge me, chat. Twain exposes himself. Not a real lawyer. It's interesting because I don't either, CJ. I feel like I've said it both ways a dozen times just today. According to Dog, well, actually, Dog could be saying, I pronounce it correctly, which is to say either way, because they're both correct. But I think the implication was that there's only one way. In his mind, that's correct. I honestly thought it'd be closer. 75-25, 16 votes. I also, when I think of the word, I think data. Oh, you don't? Okay. I would agree with that, Light. I would venture to guess that Star Trek influences my reading of it because of how much I watched The Next Generation and how much I just heard the word data. It does feel more natural saying one way or the other in like different sentences depending on how you're saying it. But I've definitely used it both ways in like the same way, like in the same sentence, sort of sentence. So like, while I agree that makes sense, I would be lying if I'd said I use it correctly. Like, you just want to pretend to arrogance. Fair enough. Now that's interesting. If it's part of a compound word, I might say it differently. That happens with that happens with a few words, or like here. I'm gonna make one more because I'm curious. So it went 80 to 80-20 there in favor of data. Because this one's really interesting in that I guess there isn't a rule that suggests the pronunciation should change from its base form. That I know of, at least. Integral, right. Fast to. I guess I don't really know how to. And right, CJ, so in math it's integral. Because you're using integer, right? And so that's, like, I changed the way how I said that word. I used to say integral. And then when my logic brain took over, I'm like, well, that doesn't make sense. Because if it's integer, why would it be integral? That makes less sense. So I've switched to integral, but I still obviously hear integral a fair bit. But that makes sense too. Integrity. Integrity. Not integrity. Oh, that would be fun. Tomato. Yeah, if it's either, then, you know, whatever. You don't have to vote. I just find that one really interesting. I am surprised that 69% are an integral like me, because I feel like more people around me say integral. Why? Total evidence is bad. I should say just a one more example of why anecdotal evidence is bad and should not be what not how you base it, is how you view Namumbra. Is that a, do they say tomato in like the English dialect? I don't think I've ever heard a British person say the word tomato or tomato. Namumbra with the actually, it's British study. As if CJ wouldn't understand what I meant. The HDFFAXIDUW are silent. Until yesterday, only Dr. Crab and Mr. Shipley knew about Torpedo. It isn't legally approved in this country, so it was kept secret from the police. It's illegal, Dr. Crab. I demand an explanation. It's good, Your Honor? I mean, you're using a convicted murderer as your prosecutor, and your justification is it's because he's good. So, I'm just saying. Son of a bitch. You and your big mouth, Mr. Lawyer. Dude, we actually told you we were going to do this, and you were like, yeah, well, you got me. Yes, it's true. I'm using a legal system to monitor creatures at the aquarium. See? I wouldn't use the word illegal here. Maybe like uncertified? Something that's not as bad. You just gotta word your stuff a little better and not make it seem like what you're doing is as bad. I mean, I would think that'd be annoying if he's hearing his vein beat in his ears because he has the stethoscope in his ears for some reason. The system uses sensors like these, and yes, there is one in the orca pool too. These sensors send sound waves through the water to gather data on the creatures. I don't know. I don't know what about this technology makes it illegal. I have no idea. It finds abnormalities in their condition. The torpedo alerts me with a sound. Oh my goodness. How very high tech. But if it's illegal, I will not turn a blind eye. This matter will be appropriately dealt with at a separate time. Now then, Mr. Wright, please continue. See, Crab could have pled the fifth there. Right, which is why I don't think they're really using the word illegal correctly. It kind of bothers me because it just doesn't make sense. But I don't know, maybe in Japan that is something that, like... Are you saying he actually'd me and was wrong? Like, that's just, if you're gonna actually somebody, you better know you're right. Because boy, do you look silly if you're wrong. It's made with child labor. Yeah, you didn't answer my goddamn question. With the torpedo, I'm sure Dr. Crab noticed the danger Orla was in. But he made no attempt to come to her aid on his own. And the question for that is that Dr. Crab wanted Orla dead. I'm timing CJ out until he acknowledges me. Nor me. Not how it works around here. The torpedo didn't give me a warning message. I should make it acknowledge me. I've made a few more alerts that I'm gonna implement once I figure out how the fucking how to get chatbots to work. That's why I didn't know there was anything wrong with Orla. The sensor in the orca pool wasn't working during the police's investigation.
Objection!
Can you prove that statement?
Objection.
Overruled. Overruled again. What's with him? I guess this is also high tech for Professor. Why do I keep doing that? I guess this is also high tech for Prosecutor Blackwell that it's making him a little funny. Funny? Yes, I find this all very funny. Witness, there's sensors send sound waves through the water, correct? What if there isn't any water? Then they wouldn't work. They would automatically switch off. I see. Where is the sensor in the orca located? I don't know. Jack is the one who attached it for me. You don't know? I will tell you. You should have done from the start instead of this whole song and dance. Unnecessary, and just makes you look stupid. Police found a sensor just like the one you just showed us. They found it attached to the table at the bottom of the pool. Table? That's not a table. That's not a fucking table. Well, I guess, I don't know. What would I call that? If I bought this from a store, I would not call it a table. More like a shelf. Well, not really a shelf. I guess it could technically be a table. I guess my definition of table is very narrow, which is wrong. No, it wouldn't be a desk. I mean, this is a table. Like, this legit looks like a goddamn table. Right here. Oh, is he talking about this one? For some reason, I thought that he was talking about the one in the water. Okay, that makes way more sense. Way more sense. Way more sense. You mean the table in this photograph? That's right. Haven't you get it yet, right, Dono? Table's on the Skull Rock side of the partition. It's affixed to the bottom of the pool and can't be moved. Oh, and so if the water was drained from the Skull Rock side of the pool, precisely, without water, the torpedo system would not work. Witness, when did that sensor automatically switch off? Hang on, I'll look it up. The only times lately during the cleaning 2 days ago. Lately were during cleaning 2 days ago. Investigation yesterday. Of course, I knew the pool rained while they cleaned it, but I had no idea they drained it for the investigation. No one let me know. That's why I didn't know about Orla's condition yesterday. Dr. Crab really did want to save Orla. Orla? Did you hear that right, Dono? Yes, water can be drained without harm to the orca if the partition is used. But if the water is drained from the Skull Rock side, the sensor turns itself off. The sensor was always on except for during the cleaning and the investigation. It means there must have been water in it means there must have been water in the pool at all other times. It was never drained. In other words, no one but the defendant could have committed the crime. That's still not right. That's not the conclusion you draw from that. Order in the court. This completely shatters the defense's argument. GG's, but the action remains that Orla was nearly killed with Dr. Crab's sleeping gun. Aren't you forgetting one important question? When was the sleeping drug given to the orca? That is a good question. What he was saying before, kind of bullshit, actually. He made a gigantic logical leap. Gigantic logical leap. That didn't actually do anything to suggest that Orla couldn't still have been in the... Anyways, but this, on the other hand, is a lot better. When was a sleeping drug given to the orca? You're right, that hasn't been discussed yet, has it? Orca pool is the scene of the murder. Police were there all day yesterday. Only way to give the drug to the orca undetected is to put it in a food. Yesterday, someone gave the orca food during the trial. Someone did? I'm afraid I don't remember that. You don't remember? You're not that old yet, are you? It was the defendant, Sasha Butler. Their argument is that Miss Buckler is the one who gave the orca the drug. Prosecution's argument hasn't changed. Buckler made the victim fall to his death and then manipulated the orca to pin it on her. Oh yeah, Blackwell's awful so far. But, okay, but to be fair, did they say he was a good prosecutor? Or was it because they were like, oh, it's because he's really good at psychology, which is even worse. It's just even a worse excuse. Which is dumb. It's extremely stupid. It would have been a better excuse to say, well, he's that damn good of a prosecutor. They're just like, oh, he's really good at psychology, as if A, there weren't anyone else in the country that wasn't a convicted felon that was good at psychology that could possibly do what he's doing right now. Or B, like, why has it been established that he's good at psychology? They just said it. They expected us to believe it. They didn't say like, well, he got his PhD and then studied for 20 years under the master, blah, blah, blah. Nothing. Nothing. They said nothing. They said, he's good. Not satisfied, she further planned to kill the orca with the sleeping drug. I didn't hear any reports of Dr. Crab feeding Orla. Maybe he didn't have a hand in Orla's attempted murder after all. But is there anybody else who could have fed Orla besides Sasha? It's true the defendant is the one who fed the sleeping drug to the orca, and that places even more suspicion on her than ever.
Objection!
Defense objects to the prosecution's claims. Well, you still haven't admitted defeat. Prosecutor Blackwell, I don't appreciate the way you only mention the parts that are convenient for you. If I were the judge, I'd admonish him for that too. What do you mean by that, Mr. Wright? Assuming he had the information. Prosecutor failed to mention that Miss Buckler wasn't the only one who fed Orla. As you all recall, there was another person who gave Orla food. Oh, you mean that person? Tina remembers now, too. God damn! I don't remember that. I don't remember there being like a dozen of them. Oh, Mr. Wright, no. Don't want to believe it either, but we can't ignore the truth. The other person who fed Orla during the trial was...
Take that!
Please recall when Orla was found not guilty yesterday. Marlon Wayans gave the orca a large quantity of food. If the sleeping drug was mixed in with that food, it could be given to the orca without arousing police suspicion. Now that you mention it, I do remember that flip-flop of feeding the orca. The
Objection!
8. Yeah, okay, so if I'm the judge, I'm all over Blackwell for this. I'm sanctioning him. Well, maybe not sanctioned. He's getting admonished. So you remember, did you? I see the time for a true sword fight has come. I call Marlon Rhymes to the stand. Mr. Lawyer, both Miss Orca Lover and Marlon Rhymes are important members of our crew. I don't want to suspect either of them. I'm ready to accept whatever truth you find. Here, take this. That charm. Charm that matches the one that Stuart Summers had, isn't it? You and Miss Summers were romantically involved, weren't you, Dr. Crab? What? No, of course not. Sorry to disappoint you. This doesn't belong to me. At the time, I thought it was Asura's, so I grabbed it. It wasn't hers. Now it's up to you, Mr. Lawyer, to figure out whose charm it is. It's Marlon's. We determined that last stream, didn't we? Oh! Number 2, reference to last stream! I will. Thank you, Dr. Crab. His own exploding hell, yeah, right? That would be quite the confidence that you have in whichever pill you put the fish in to be the one that the orca ate. Although, I guess we don't, did he only have the one pill? He could have had multiple pills and multiple fishes, and only then got one. After all, I'm interested in the outcome of this trial too. Now then, please summon Marlon Rhymes to the witness stand. Love Actually. What did I say? Something other than fish? Probably. Oh, fishes. Yeah, that's wrong. That's wrong. Yeah, they just have it like infinite and shit. Ah! Fuck you, Trep. Guess who just did an actually and was wrong? Oh, no, dog was wrong. Sorry, Trep was right. Guess who was wrong? It was dog. Oh, time myself out. Oh, CJ's back, but he still hasn't acknowledged me. Do I time him out again? Lamoa. Everyone's wrong. I asked you if tomato was like English dialect, because I've heard people say like tomato's a thing, but I've never actually heard somebody say the word tomato like seriously. Okay. That's all I wanted to know. That's all I wanted to know. What's going on? What's everybody making that face for? I've been watching the trial. Nobody's told me anything. Marlon Rhymes were under suspicion for the attempted murder of the orca. I see. Well, if it's already out. Mr. Rhymes? You really going to admit it? Fine. I'll tell the truth. He's gonna pin it on Sasha now. Oh my god. You know, I didn't notice this before, but come on, man. You gave him a gold chain? Employee? Really? That's right, all of us minorities wear gold chains. So obviously he must have one for his employee badge. Need more. Are you not part of the minority anymore because you lost yours? Oh. I'm not properly identifying myself. Sasha's lying to protect that orca. At 3:30 a.m. on the 20th, there was still water in the orca pool. Incident happened before the orca was moved to the show pool. Orla killed the captain by bashing him 30 feet high, making him slam down on the water. So I thought the orca should pay the consequence. He doesn't need a pass. Wait, are we... Is he not a minority? Is he just really tanned? I suppose he could be. Wore a gold chain with your employee. No, I didn't really do that, but I did use a gold pin. Just a little something to myself, you know. They didn't see it, but I knew. I knew. Now we're back to the orca again? I'm gonna puke from all this flip-flopping. I did not see that testimony coming. Really? Because I think everyone else did. Now wait just 1 minute. Yesterday, Orla was proven innocent. Besides, you said Orla was in the show pool during the cleaning. That would actually be double jeopardy, but it doesn't matter because it's a goddamn animal and they couldn't be tried in court. Oh, God, okay. But I guess if you're going to try it in court, then you would have to apply the same rules then, right? Well, I don't think he's necessarily black. Just that because he could easily be Hispanic. Like, he looks like he could be a Hispanic dude. But I mean, you're right. He could just be a darker skin from like a... Well, I mean, it's not like all there are Japanese people. He could be from Okinawa. You're only entitled to half a gold chain. My wife tells me all the time, well, she doesn't tell me this. She's another mixed friend posted this on my wall once, and now she always uses this because she thought it was the funniest shit ever. The picture of Uncle Ruckus telling us that we only get half a Black History Month. Yeah, he could be mixed with a bunch of different things too. That's why I use the word minority instead of black, because I don't think you can conclusively say that he was black. I initially thought he was black, but that's just my initial impression. It doesn't make it right. Yeah, that's right. He could be Hispanic, Latino. Like, that wouldn't surprise me at all. He's Inuit, Romani, Greek. And I say that because people very often, not anymore, but when I was younger, people very often thought I was Hispanic. And I'm like, no, I half black and half white. We can only say half the word, Paisano. And Zeph. Oh. Besides, you said Orla was in the show pool during the cleaning. Didn't want to sell Sasha out. That's why I didn't tell the truth. Okay, so you've ruined your own credibility. You're attempting to pin the blame on the Orca who's already proven not guilty, so it can't be charged with the same crime again. Although I wonder... Oh. Article written by my alma mater. On the other hand, a fundamental value judgment of the criminal justice system is that it's better that a guilty person go free, innocent person to be. This overriding concern for the protection of innocence, judgments of final even if a government is not allowed a second chance to. Okay, that's what I thought, but I wonder if there was perjury, would that change anything? Because it can definitely happen if the reverse occurred, but not if there's an acquittal. Is it because of your hair, Maxim? Because you do have some pretty thick hair. I was kind of surprised, to be honest. I'm like, oh, look at that luxurious fro he has. It's just every other letter. We hear that I swear to fucking God. Yeah, no hard R's there. Come on. Oh, see, I'm in the exact opposite of Paisano. People absolutely still use that word in negative content, so it is 100% not allowed here. I mean, that's not surprising. The first Spanish words I learned were curse words. So, it doesn't surprise me, nor would I necessarily hold it against you out of your pure ignorance. I just heard that and people said it. I said it, and I'm not even from America. It's different if you're foreign versus if you actually live here. Well, that's the thing. You might be right in that your generation, a younger generation, doesn't use it that way, but more people exist than just your generation, and that matters. Hey, hopefully by the time we're in power, it would be different. Because I don't feel like millennials generally do that as much. Well, actually, no, fuck that. That's not true. Anybody that goes on a fucking a game of COD, and leaves their chat open knows that Gen Zers and millennials still drop that word like it's going out of fashion in a negative context. Nobody says it in those chats in like oh, this is a loving word sort of way. Of course it's in a negative context. So I don't think your experience is telling of the rest of the world. I think or the rest of the generation. I think it's your experience, which is fine, but that's why we don't base opinions purely on one's own experience, because it could be misleading. I mean, don't get me wrong. If somebody said it to me, I wouldn't, in the way that you're referring to, I wouldn't get mad. Like, I wouldn't flip out on them. Because I try to be understanding about it. And I try to understand the context behind it. However, if it were up to me, which is, in this case, chat is up to me. Everything that happens is loud and not loud, and chat's up to me. If it were up to me, nobody would say it. No, see, I disagree with the whole let everyone say it because it loses power situation. First of all, that tends to be an argument pushed forward by people who it does not affect, which they don't really have the right to say that, because they, by definition, are not people that are ever going to be affected by it. And without being able to feel that empathy, I don't believe they're in a place where they can really make that argument in good faith. So they probably just shouldn't in general. But fuck. I saw one of the best give them power arguments put very concisely that I had seen ever the other day. God damn it, where is it? I thought I liked it. Good luck. Have fun, my bro. God damn it, now I can't. Because he wasn't talking about the N-word, he was talking about the F slur. This is why I push back hard against people who say that calling out people using slurs gives them power. They are asserting power by using the word for you. By conceding, you grant them that power. 100%. I don't need to concede to you about that. That's giving the other people the power, and that's bullshit. Okay, JB, to be fair, COVID has lightened me 5 shades. Well, they can create their echo chamber. That's up to them. That happens with everything else. Like, that happens with almost literally any type of belief. And it generally doesn't matter unless they start coming out and fighting it. And then it's a matter of whether you can put them down or not. Like, suppress. I know you're in Russia, so that's a little different. So I wanted to make sure. Dog. That's the thing, though. There isn't. When you're in power, no words affect you. They just don't. And you shouldn't feel guilty for that. You shouldn't. I'm not about guilting people for who they are. It's just a fact. Russia is one big. I can see why then you might have a problem with developing echo chambers. I see. It's a slur. It's a slur in that it's generally meant to be derogatory. The problem is that it doesn't actually have an effect on anybody. Like, that's the difference. Not that makes it okay to use. I don't use it because I don't just slur people like that because it's stupid to do so. It shows your ignorance. But that's the difference between using a slur that has power versus a slur that doesn't. To answer your Trep question, to answer your question, Trep, yes, I do plan on finishing this. We're gonna go deep if we. If you're fine with people calling you something, then that's up to you. That's totally up to you. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong or right, which is why I didn't say, oh, Paisano's wrong. Just that we believe different. We have different beliefs about it. Relationship with slurs is a little bit. That makes sense. Like I said, the person that I was quoting, I think his husband is trans. Like, they married. He was a woman, and then during their marriage transitioned to a man. I think, I could be wrong on that. But he is like big pro, rights guy, whatever. And he was referring to the F slur, not the N. Anyways, back on to ambiguously ethnic person. Fact is, all three of us, Sasha, the captain, and me, were cleaning the pool room. But Dr. Crab and Miss Buckler both said you were at the show stage. Well, the only thing Dr. Crab knew about the cleaning, what I told him. I didn't give him a whole lot of details either. Maybe he misunderstood. Oh, so that was all hearsay. Great. Sasha's lying to protect the orca. She can't tell the truth. Sasha put blood on the skull rock herself to make a fake blood stain. Did you witness this? Or are you just talking shit? I think it's pretty brave of her to let herself get arrested to protect the orca. Mr. Rhymes, how can you lie like that? It's the truth. Besides, wouldn't it be better for you if I wasn't lying? The orca did it. You win your case. What? It's all very hard to believe. But if Mr. Rhymes' story is true, Ms. Buckler would be innocent and the orca would be the killer. Meaning if we turn our backs on Orla, save Sasha. Having witness lie to save your own client. Ooh, I saw it that time. That's a nice little effect. What a dirty, underhanded tactic right down there.
Objection!
Yesterday, the defense proved Orla was not guilty. We have no intention of going back on our assertions now. Not even that it matters because of double jeopardy. Although, again, the fact that it's an orca makes that very different, and they could still probably put it down. That's 9, Trep. You missed 8. Yes. You are correct. I used ambiguous incorrectly there. He would be racially vague because it can be more than just 2. There are several different options that would make sense. What are you saying, Mr. Wright? What you gotta do is admit the orca did it and Sasha goes free. Isn't a lawyer supposed to act in his client's best interests? Is the game really now gonna pull that bullshit on us? But that wouldn't be acting in her interests. Miss Buckler believes Orla is innocent. We, of course, believe that Miss Buckler herself is innocent, too. Oh, is Mega Man? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. How long has that been on? For 2 stages. Mobby, let's just turn off Spotify. Well, and they aren't for good reason, right? It helps with the localization, especially in the US. So it makes sense. Like, I definitely see why they do that. Because, like, the way anime style looks, it looks like they could be almost any, like they could fit in a lot of different places. Acting in the client's best interests is an important part of our job as lawyers. Let me correct him, because this is... It's right, but only on the most surface level. Acting in the client's best interests is our job as lawyers. And if we don't perform that job, we are not doing our job as lawyers. Just to be clear. That's a very, very weak statement. Using dirty means to win a verdict would destroy our client's faith in us. Except for when the clients want you to use a dirty tactic, which does happen. So, Phoenix is a little bit of a naive little bitch there. Not that he's wrong. You shouldn't use dirty tactics. But to pretend like all clients would be like, oh, no! Dirty tactics! I can't trust you anymore, Mr. Lawyer. After getting an innocent verdict? No. That's I can tell Phoenix that is not a thing. That's right. We believe in both Miss Buckler's and Orla's innocence. Huh? I just don't understand how you can treat a human and an orca equally. What I will say here, though, is that they do have to still be convinced of Orla's innocence. Orla is still technically somehow a client. So you can't just go back and say, oh yeah, well that client was lying. Especially since, because it's an animal, in theory, they could still decide to euthanize it. So they have to have this position, but they're explaining it poorly. Huh? I just don't understand how you can treat a human and an orca equally. Sasha the orca only saved one of them. Ha ha ha. I don't know about that. I think I can save them both. All I have to do is disprove your testimony. Oh yeah? Then go ahead and try. I will do just that. Can't tear down his testimony. I won't be able to say both of them. Find a weak spot and start tearing. I mean, sure, Phoenix could be saying that, but that's not what he said. He said it in a much more general... He said it in a way that could be interpreted much more generally, which, as a lawyer, he should be better at being specific about what he's talking about, if he's being specific. This is such a, like, what? Bashing him 30 feet high, 30 feet above the water? 30 feet, like, how much water was in the pool? This testimony is full of problems. Not even from like a contradictory standpoint, but just the detail is so bad.
Hold it!
The victim was killed. How much water was in the pool? It was before the pool was drained for cleaning, so it was full. You went to the orca pool room and saw this for yourself? Dr. Crab said that you were at the show stage.
Objection!
It's possible that Dr. Crab was misinformed or that he misunderstood. That is not overruled. Overruled. You can't just say, well, you could be wrong. You can do that about literally every fucking line of like witness testimony then. Could be wrong. Just saying. Witness already explained this. Why are you taking this meaningless tack? Want to play games? Talking he would be more... overruled, Blackwell. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. If I'm the judge. Better be careful how we press the witness touches. What? Shut up! I don't fucking care what a goddamn hawk is doing. It's not up to the prosecutor to determine how we press a witness. Jesus, shut the fuck up.
Hold it!
You're saying the incident took place before the cleaning began? Yeah, I guess so. Captain Sasha and I were gonna do the cleaning together. Much more efficient than trying to have one person do it alone. Defense's case, however, I wasn't asking you, Blackwell. So you know, sit in your little fucking convicted felon corner over there with your chain and your ball and let the non-convicted grown-ups talk here. Defense's case, however, more lawyers simply means more lawyers, nothing more. What? You're one to talk. All you have on your side is a cantankerous bird. What about me? I'm up here all alone. Are you people done? Need a witness to keep you focused? Yeah, I was the one who kept my mouth shut. Yeah, God, shut up, Blackwell. Like, half of what he says is actually trash. Like, not since Godot have I seen such an incompetent use of the English language, and just the amount of sentences that he says that just mean nothing. Or that he's having a conversation in his own world that doesn't actually apply to what's happening here. Anyway, the incident happened in the orca pool before the cleaning got started.
Hold it!
They don't have any say. They can object, but that's not a say. The judge is the person that has the say. So I disagree with that. I guess it depends on how you look at, well, what's in their power. It's not in their... It's within their ability to attempt to have a say. But the judge is whom decides that there is a say. So I guess I put it on the judge to make that decision. Whereas Athena specifically said, we have to be careful about the, the hawk. Okay. Like, you understand that that's not the same situation. Like, I am not going to stop doing something because the prosecutor is objecting. I am only going to stop doing something because the judge rules it. I guess that's how I look at it. Can an orca even do that? Send a person flying up into the air like that? Yep, of course. An orca's bash and seal 60 feet in the air. Naturally, Royal could do that to the captain too. Are the seals similar? I don't actually know. Like some foundation for that, please. What a frightening thought. And you mention it so casually, Mr. Rhymes. Oh, what else can I say? It's the truth. Rhymes is claiming that Orla killed the victim by sending him flying into the air. But would something like that even be possible in the orca pool room? Doesn't look like there's 30 feet in there, but something about that statement that bothers me. And so you witnessed the moment the victim was killed by the orca, is that right? Exactly. Feels way more. See, that's information that I would like to know. Where was where? I'm talking about the room. What? Oh. Oh. Wouldn't that be 95 feet though? So in theory, oh, it would have to be a 90. Right, yeah.
Objection!
Did you just tell him no? Well, I don't know. So is it? So I assume the rules are a little different for your administrative hearings, right? Generally, there's some amount of difference, even if it's like minuscule. So couldn't you just tell him no? Like you can't do that? You did. Good. Like, I'm gonna do this. No, you're not. Oh, it's just to save time. Yeah, I bet it's just to save time. I also like to do things just to save time that also just happen to be favorable to my client. God. Jesus, seals are fat. Well, right, because I mean, you're the admin judge. You want to object, but you'll just say no. Knock it off. Did he was he good at knocking it off, or did he end up getting you to have to give him a talking to? No, we're not doing the regular form. Yeah, it's just to save time. When lies are piled on top of each other, contradictions start to emerge. This time is no different. You saying there's some kind of inconsistency in my testimony? Oh, yeah, that's right. Which was crazy. Oh, I'm glad they didn't continue that. That's exactly what I'm saying. You claim that the victim was sent flying about 30 feet into the air. The autopsy report states the cause of death is thought to be from a 65-foot fall. What? Additionally, in your testimony a moment ago, you said at 3:30 a.m. on the 20th, there was still water in the orca pool. The pool is about 65 feet deep, and there's about 30 feet between the water and the ceiling. Specifically, 35 feet. The pool was full of water, as you claimed. It would be impossible for the victim to fall about 65 feet, as the autopsy states. Alright, later, CJ. Have a good one. Grimes claimed he was in the orca pool room so he could make these statements. Truth must be he was at the show stage, just as Miss Dr. Crab and Sasha testified. I believe that brings us back around to the orca didn't do it. Oh. I don't believe the witness's testimony from the outset. I didn't believe the witness's testimony from the outset. I'm grateful to you right now for shutting this witness up. As I thought, the only person who could have killed the victim is Sasha Butler. The fact still remains whether the witness is the one who tried to kill the orca or not. Son of a... Mr. Rhymes was right about one thing. His testimony was advantageous to our case. Pointing out the contradiction in his statement will only drive us into a corner. As Prosecutor Blackwell said, suspicion against Ms. Buckler is now deepened. Uh-oh, if I don't do something fast, the judge is going to find Sasha guilty. Mr. Wright, isn't there anything we can do? There has to be a way to prove Sasha's innocent. At a time like this, the thing to do is turn my thinking around. Instead of trying to prove that Sasha couldn't have done it, I have to think about what made it possible for someone else to have. As long as the crime scene is the orca pool, then Sasha's the only one who committed the crime. No need for pity or boldness. Just finish him off with a swift verdict. Appears the defense has no objections. I didn't answer, motherfucker! Very well, I will give my verdict.
Hold it!
Did you hear the defense rest, motherfucker? Put that gavel down, bitch! But you were so quiet, Mr. Wright. You have something to say now? The defense has a counter-argument. You do? Pitiful. Much desperation. You look pale. I guess you would know. Are you sure you're prepared to make this counter-argument? Lawyer's someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets. I'll never forget those words no matter how many years go by. Probably just a bluff, I'll give it to them with a smile. What if the scene of the crime was somewhere else? Scene of the crime? Somewhere else? What? You're finding fault with the police investigation now? I mean, I've found fault with dozens of police investigations at this point. From Prosecutor Blackwell, so you'll excuse me if I don't find that to be a grand revelation. As I understand it, the prosecution's argument is as follows. The scene of the crime was the Orca pool room. Only the defendant and victim entered that room when there was no water in the pool. Therefore, only the defendant could have committed the crime. That's correct. But the scene of the crime was not the Orca pool room. Someone other than the defendant could have committed the crime. Are you sure you know where you're going with this? Might not be too sure, but I can't back down now. Let me say that out loud. Mr. Wright, I hope that I'm wrong, but this isn't one of your bluffs by any chance. Ha ha ha! Of course not. I'd have to have no reasoning behind why this could be the case for it to be a bluff, and, well, maybe, I guess Phoenix doesn't, but he actually does. He just doesn't realize it. Judge knows me far too well. We have a theory on where the actual scene of the crime was. You know, for the amount of times that my bluffs had turned out to be correct, maybe the judge should shut his fucking mouth. Yes, of course. Think of a place other than the Orca pool room where one could fall to one's death. By all means, please share your theory with the court. Where was the real scene of the murder? Is it the show pool? Or is it like here? Like, is there a specific place? Okay, I know it's the show pool, but like where? I don't want to have to go through a bunch of pick this for very specifically. Where do they want me to point? You know it was in here. It was not in here. Or can I just go to the right side of the page? The show stage pool might have been drained of water at some point as well. And if so, it would be just as possible to follow one's death there as the Orca pool. Right, no. What you're doing is a disgrace to your profession. I sincerely hope you have some basis for what you're suggesting. And of course I do. I will as soon as I can think of something. Victim's body was found in the Orca pool. How do you explain that?
Objection!
You don't have to object there, Phoenix. How about if, after the victim was killed in the show stage pool, stop doing that, Twain, you moron, his body was moved to the Orca pool? How about if? What kind of presentation of your argument is that? It doesn't matter if the judge isn't stopping him or not. That comment's completely unnecessary. Like, to even suggest that I might have to stop was a stupid statement to make on his part. Considering, again, I think he's proven himself enough that maybe you should just listen to him in his whole entire argument than having to stop him and go, are you sure this is not just one of your bluffs? This is hilarious. You'd better have a reasonable explanation of how the body was moved. No turning back now. I have to think of a way the body could have been moved. There's something at the scene that could have been used to move the body? Like, it's not okay for the judge just to say whatever they want, as long as they still... No, that's not a thing.
Take that!
The hoist runs between the Orca pool room and the show stage. The stretcher can be hung from the hoist to move things like Orla or the Skull Rock. The stretcher could also have been used to move the dead body. Yes, if the stretcher can move the Orca or the Skull Rock, it seems it could also move a dead body as well. Loving is strong. Strong word. Tolerated, didn't dislike as much. Probably better description. Wow, somehow that worked. I just might be able to pull this off. The show pool was the scene of the crime. Somebody else could have done it.
Objection!
Desperately spew conjecture, and now you even make up a crime scene? Ah! Oh, no, not again. Not again! You don't have a soul of a warrior. You don't deserve to be on the battlefield. Even your fabrication is half-baked. It's a disgrace. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. 0 and 1 against my law office. What was that again? What do you mean half-baked? Voice can be operated or pool room only. Ugh. The only person who entered the Orca pool room was a defendant. Even if the body was moved, the only one who could have moved it was the defendant herself. Ah! Order. It comes back to the defendant no matter which pool it was. Meaning I can't clear Sasha either way? Sasha said she moved Orla in the Skull Rock. Leave her. Could it be possible that she moved the body herself without being aware of it? Right? Do you have an objection to Prosecutor Blackwell's claim? Objection to the claim that the defendant moved the body? I believe the answer is I have no objection. Because the interesting thing about the rock is it looks like it opens. Right? Oh, no, it doesn't. Although it's cracked. I guess he still could have been put in. I don't really know. I mean, that's a possibility, I guess. I have no idea how big that is relative to his body in terms of that. Whether they could have pushed him in there, I guess. Use the orca as a... I have no objections. Buckler must have been the one who moved the body. What? Mr. Wright, are you admitting the defendant committed the murder? No. I'm simply conceding that she was the only one who could have moved the body. However, I contend Miss Buckler was not aware that that is what she was doing. The culprit made her move it, unbeknownst to her. The defendant moved a dead body without recognizing that it was a dead body? How could that be possible? The body was found in the orca pool. Must have been moved there somehow. I might find some kind of hint if things she moved. I might find some kind of hint in the things she moved with the stretcher. The culprit made Miss Buckler move the body along with this piece of evidence.
Take that!
Skull Rock? Miss Buckler told me yesterday that she moved the Skull Rock when she was cleaning. The only two things Miss Buckler moved to the Orca pool are Orla and the Skull Rock. I would like to suggest that the victim's body may have been inside the Skull Rock. What? Objection, speculation. Just like, okay, we could examine it. And inside the rock, the body could have been moved to the Orca pool with the hoist. Wouldn't there have been some blood left? I would assume. At the show stage, Marlon Rhymes loaded up the Skull Rock with the body inside. And then he used the walkie-talkie to let Miss Buckler know the rock was loaded. Miss Buckler operated the hoist from the Orca pool room and moved the stretcher. Moved the rock without knowing the body was inside. You really think there's enough space inside the Skull Rock to place a body? Watch Buckler flyer indicates it could be possible. Please focus on the question at the bottom left. Oh, it says, who will obtain the gold coins hidden in the Skull Rock? That just means that the coins were hidden in the Skull Rock. Not that somebody could fit in there. At the reach it. I guess it's ambiguous. In that case, I suppose the rock is most likely hollow. What's more, if the body was inside the Skull Rock, it explains the remaining unanswered questions. Most of it, Lightgazer. Coins are as big as human beings. Exactly. They're gold coin. Pirate golden. Such as... This is dual Destinies, but it's also... I don't know how much better this may or may not look compared to the original 3DS release. This is just the mobile version. I don't know if it's just a direct port or what. Like Apollo Justice. the mobile version was updated. It wasn't just a straight port. It is a lot better than 3DS version. Oh, really? Okay. So wait, Spirit of Justice was only in 482? Huh. Yep, you can tell I didn't have a 3DS. Not at all. Please take a look at the security footage of the scene Mr. Plume witnessed. Where did the body that Mr. Plume saw come from? Please recall, what Orla was doing to the Skull Rock at this time? She was headbutting. Oh. Oh, poor baby. And Orla's something else. That's right, Orla's ramming released the body from the Skull Rock. The body had been placed inside the Skull Rock and moved there from the show stage. I is certain that the real murder scene was in fact the show stage. Silence! I don't have a 3. But thank you. What rubbish is this now? You don't have a single scrap of evidence.
Objection!
Easy enough to verify what I say. Take a look inside the Skull Rock for yourself. I do believe if you're the judge, you have to invest, even though it's speculation, because of it's not something that would be overly difficult to take care of. You should just investigate it. You should find some kind of proof that the body was there. Blood, fibers, hair. Ah! Right, don't know. Have a good one, Tom. Mr. Wright, that was incredible. You turned things completely around. And I think it all started with that half-baked bluff, too. Ah, yes, a bluff that had substance behind it. Really have to add that last bit? The murder took place at the show stage, then who was the perpetrator? It is naturally the person who was at the show stage. Oh. Oh, shit. Mr. Rhymes, weren't you the one who loaded the Skull Rock on the stretcher at the show stage? Wow, Mr. Wright, that was some pretty smart brain work you did there. To be honest, I never thought you could figure it out. I tried to protect myself, but I guess it came back to bite me. Are you confessing that you gave false testimony before, Mr. Rhymes? That's perjury! Perjury! Whatever will we do? Oh, and she's like frantically ramming the skull because she knows something's wrong with the captain whom she loves. To get him out, and then knowing that she'd still have to get him out of the water so he wouldn't drown. That's pretty traumatic. Does it matter if they acknowledge it if they don't ever actually do anything about it? Although he did it was last time who was it that he actually threatened somebody? He actually did threaten them. He said, you could get into trouble. You could, in theory. But I'll make sure you don't you worry. Don't you worry. Yeah, Mr. Wright says it's true. Body was inside the Skull Rock. It's true the captain was killed in the show pool, too. What? He's admitting it that easily? This time, I'm going to tell you the whole truth about what happened that day, even though my credibility is absolutely shot. Oh, dang, DeVito. The show pool, the orca shot the captain up in the air. The captain came down and slammed into the water. I still remember the spectator's screams clearly. All Sasha did was move the body, trying to protect the orca. Mr. Plume witnessed the orca finding the body. I freaked. Yep, next time will be the truth. Honest to God. So now we're back to the orca again, I see. They don't call you all flip-floppers for nothing. You were going to give testimony like that. Why'd I bother putting you on the stand? That's not his problem. That's your problem. All I'm doing is telling the truth. Dude, actually, what? It was like, if you were going to say that, I wouldn't have put you on the stand. Gah! That day, Sasha wanted to do the old version of the swashbuckler spectacular. Suggested she hide the body in the Skull Rock and move it to the orca pool. I'm gonna figure out what to do with the body after the show was over. The orca is the one that killed the captain. It wasn't me and it wasn't Sasha. But was Mr. Rhymes' idea to hide the body in the Skull Rock? But if Mr. Rhymes is a culprit, why would he protect Sasha? False charges against Sasha would mean he himself would escape. So why? Right, how about if you leave this to me? Athena? Do you mean you heard something? Yep, noise. Discord in Mr. Rhymes' heart. That means somewhere in his testimony there's an inconsistency in his emotions. Alright, Athena, give him a good counseling session. You got it, boss. Oh, what's this? What are you getting at, Athena? Testimony is pretty complex. Feelings of deep sadness and intense anger are being called up. Emotions appear to be running out of control. Out of control emotions? Is that going to be a problem? Have to probe their cause if we want to get to his true emotions and testimony. Might even be odd or unnatural spots in his testimony he isn't even aware of. Alright, let's probe the cause of his out of control emotions then. I'll explain how to probe. Let's find the root cause together. If you see something is off in a statement, press the probe, tap the probe button. Exploit to what's causing Mr. Rhymes' out of control emotions. Finally tap probe to complete the process. It actually works in this situation because there will actually be a button on this screen. When emotions are out of control, memories can be called incorrectly. If I haven't found anything after all the statements and images, I'll help. Great, alright. I'll get started comparing the statements. Ooh. Jesus! Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. point to the spectators? Oh, I guess I didn't move it up high enough. Oh, yep. Fair? I doubt there were any spectators there at the show stage when the owner died. I wish they would have just fucking told me that right away, though. That was just my first guess. Like, okay, he's mad and sad because Shipley got hurt, and he's also pissed because he hates that orca because the orca he thinks killed his girlfriend last year. I doubt there were any spectators there at the show stage when the owner died. If there had been, those witnesses would have told us the true crime scene right away. What? Oh, right, of course. I just made a mistake. Okay, that made the sadness subside. So maybe the spectators part was what was making him sad? Why would he make that mistake saying spectators were there? How strange. He was thinking of... Yeah, I was going to say, he's thinking of last year. The only thing I can think of is that he was mixing up one memory with another. Like he was in a similar situation before and it was deeply imprinted on his heart. When an orca killed someone and there were spectators there? Hey, I think I know why he's mixing up his memories. The real reason why Mr. Rhymes mixed up his memories is...
Take that!
Mr. Rhymes, I think I know what happened. Did you have been mixing up what happened a year ago with this incident? Maybe that's why you slipped and said the owner was killed in front of spectators. What? How did you... Right. I did see the orca kill somebody a year ago. What about it? I was just one of the spectators. Really? Just another spectator? There must be a reason why you feel great sadness about that incident last year.
Silence!
Okay, I have really sat and listened to about all I can take. This is a courtroom, not a counseling session. This is, Your Honor, this is a waste of the court's time. I like that. Stop this nonsensical scrutiny of feelings and emotions. Just present evidence to prove your point. Hey, boss, do you have any kind of evidence that would back us up here? There is one piece that comes to mind that might explain his sadness. Well, I'm waiting. I see this evidence has to do with Marlon Rhymes' sadness.
Take that!
Azura Summers died on accidental death 1 year ago. This is her boyfriend's charm. Hey, what are you doing with that charm? I found it in Rifle's stomach yesterday. Judging by your reaction, I believe this charm belongs to you. Nope. Fucked. I guess I need to push him just a little harder to make him admit it. When Mr. Rhymes said the word charm, he was very rapid. You better examine this charm a little more. Good idea. Let's look inside it. What's this? A photograph? Hey, this is Azura Summers and Marlon Rhymes. Mr. Rhymes, you and Azura Summers were a couple, weren't you? Ugh. So what if we were a couple? Doesn't have anything to do with the captain's case. You believe you saw the orca kill your girlfriend. That's the cause of your sadness. Isn't that emotion of yours connected to the current case?
Silence!
Nah, I'm 100% with Paisano here. You don't continue to show. Well, okay, here's the thing though. We didn't have the probe thing before. So if you decided you wanted to play the DLC in this order, which is what everyone suggested, mind you, then it would make sense to have that tutorial there. Problem is now we're still going to have a tutorial later. But there was no guarantee that we were ever going to play the DLC case. So in that particular situation, I think it's fine. Compared to the other, like the earlier stuff where it's like, we know how to basic, play the basic portions of. Did we have the probe thing? Oh, well then fuck everything I just said. I don't remember. I remember looking into her emotions. I don't remember the probe thing. Oh, with the chandelier. Okay. Yep. You're right. And screw everything I just said. It's dumb. It's dumb. The only thing you reveal was a witness's relationship with the victim a year ago. What does a witness's past have to do with the case at hand? Motive, moron. I don't know yet. But we managed to pinpoint the source of his sadness. Now let's delve into who Mr. Rhymes is angry at. Objection, Your Honor! We don't have time for this nonsense!
Got it!
Mr. Rhymes, you're angry with Orla, aren't you? Angry? At an orca? Why would I be? I think I have some reason to be mad, then show me some proof. I have proof that Mr. Rhymes has a reason to be mad? It killed his girlfriend! Do we really have to... I bet that evidence we just took a look at would come in handy here. This is worthless. This is absolutely worthless, and I can't believe they're treating the players this way. We just looked at this. And they're even referring to it vaguely like, did you remember what you just presented 2 minutes ago? Oh, I wonder. This charm indicates that you are Azura Summer's boyfriend. I'm sure you believe Orla killed your girlfriend a year ago. I'm glad they just went ahead and we didn't have to select it, but then that made that whole portion unnecessary. You lost your girlfriend, and so you've been angry at Orla. All right, I'll admit it. I'll never forgive that orca. Azura's dead, and that orca's still swimming around happy as a clam. I'm an animal keeper just so I can prove that orca is a killer. Right, I want that orca to pay. There, you feel good dragging up a person's past? Still doesn't change anything. I do, actually. Thank you. Ah, he's right. I disagree. It does change things. Out of control emotion quieted down. Now we should be able to find out the truth behind that emotion. What's the unexpected? We view... I guess, why would he be mad here? Oh, because she was trying to protect the orca? Okay, that makes sense. Why would he be mad here, though? Because isn't that what he wanted to happen? Or is it that it's because he freaks that it was bad?
Got it!
Why would he freak at this? Isn't this exactly what he wanted? He should just feel happy here. That's weird. Oh, wait, I guess he'd be really... I don't know how often it could be. Like, I just don't understand. We did both there, we did both here. I haven't done anything on this page because this is... remember it clearly? Oh yeah. I think that. Okay. Right. Not that. I did both. So, the unexpected emotion, then, doesn't it have to be one that's not showing up? Oh, that's awesome. Of course, he should expect it. Wait, no, I did that one. Yeah, it's like legit not either of these. So it's not any of them where he's actually feeling something, so it has to be an emotion that they... I think I did shock here already. I guess it could be shocked here too. Why would it be? That's not much of a help, Athena. Like, we did shock it. We did everything here. Unless I'm forgetting something that I thought I did, but I didn't. No, I did both of them. I did both of them. I don't even remember. I had to have missed something that I thought I did, but I didn't actually. I think I've tried all of them, but obviously that's wrong. Gotta find out which one I didn't do. Unexpected. He's normally a calm person. What doesn't match up? What doesn't match up with? I cut the audio on purpose. You wouldn't keep hearing the same brum, brum, brum. Like what haven't I picked? I keep missing one. I don't know what it is. At this point, I just don't even care. Because I know I picked everyone but the right one. I just don't remember what it was. I feel like the only one I haven't pressed has been the happiness on all of these. But that doesn't make sense. I think from the beginning, I thought it had to be it had to be here. Because this just makes the most sense. But I could have sworn I've used all of these. I know I did happy, because I'm pretty sure this is the first time I did happy. Did I not press surprised? Oh. Apparently I didn't press surprised. I pressed happy, but not surprised. Because he freaked, but he wasn't really surprised. Otherwise, he would have shown freaked. Which, yeah, that makes sense. I just thought I pushed that a million years ago. Okay. Can't say that's the first time that's happened, unfortunately. When Mr. Plume witnessed the orca finding the body, you freaked? Really? What are you getting at? With Mr. Plume as a witness, Orla was guaranteed to be accused of the murder. Didn't it work out exactly as you'd hoped? In order to have Orla put down, you made sure Mr. Plume witnessed that scene. Ugh. Damn, that's creepy. Doesn't help that they cover his eyebrows. So you figured all that out, did you? Mr. Rhymes, are you admitting it? How many times are we gonna go, are you admitting it? And he goes, oh, but I'll tell you the whole truth this time. I didn't really want to have to fight anybody but the orca. Leave me no choice. And I'm just supposed to accept this? What the fuck did he drink? Radioactive waste? Okay, now who still thinks this is because it's pirate themed? Who in good faith still thinks that this is here because it's pirate themed? This is definitely one of the transformations of all time. Yeah, it is a transformation that occurred. He does look like he could be in One Piece. Like actually could be in One Piece. Has a witness ever done this in court in your experience? Literally tripled their muscle mass after drinking something? No, that's surprisingly never happened in court in my experience. But you know, it's possible it happened in some court somewhere. I haven't read any case law about it, but sometimes, you know, things slip under the radar. Fun stories that you just never hear about because it never gets to appeal or anything like that. There's no opinion written on it. You know what's funny is the swordfish is like the least ridiculous thing about this. Out of his ass, his RPG bag of holding asshole. I don't know. Now it's time to get serious. See, that's too much like what's his face though. Ahoy, what? Ahoy, me meat brothers represent a vasty grass eater. Stay free. Take me words and pop it in your mouth. Yo, something, ho, bro. I'm ready for the showdown. But what is going on? Where did this pirate fella come from? scurvy grass eaters kneel to me beat. Oh God, his rhymes were worse. That's what happened. His lyrics were worse is what happened. Looks like a completely different person. Order! If we don't have order, Prosecutor Blackwell will yell at us. I will have him slash your throat. Oh, shit. Even Prosecutor Blackwell's at a loss for words. So I plan to have that wench be a witness. You caught me out. It be true that I thought that Orca's murderous ways should be found out. That be why I schemed to have the plume see the body. Trying to give him like a vaguely like inner city slash pirate accent. I don't even know. I guess we'll just I'll work it out. Do you admit it? You deliberately framed Orla? Ha! It be true. But what skin be that off of anybody's nose? That orca be a murdering, scurvy dog. I may have a grudge against that orca, but I always felt grateful towards the captain. The orca murdered Azur on the captain, so of course she should walk the plank. I don't have a response to that. I agree it wouldn't make any sense for him to kill the owner. She's like super calm and composed, and everybody, even Blackwell's like, I think I'm actually having a heart attack. I need medical assistance immediately. I agree it wouldn't make any sense for him to kill the owner. Why would he? His hatred for Orla, on the other hand, comes through loud and clear. Wait a minute. If killing Mr. Shipley doesn't make sense, would it make sense for Rhymes to kill? Maybe my theory has been all wrong. Your Honor, I think I just became aware of a new fact. Trust me. Oh, and what is that? Now that we know about Mr. Rhymes' intense hatred of war, it turns the premise we've been arguing under on its ear. We'll now reveal the identity of the individual Mr. Rhymes meant to kill from the start. Ooh. Meant to kill Orla? But then didn't.
Take that!
What? The witness's intent was to kill the orca? Exactly. The witness's intended victim was not Jack Shipley. From the start, it was all a scheme to kill Orla. The orca was his true target. Jack Shipley is the one who died. Orca's alive and quite well. Right. He wanted to kill the orca, yet it was Jack Shipley who fell to his death. How did that happen? Wait a minute. What if Mr. Rhymes wanting to kill Orla was somehow connected to Mr. Shipley's death? At a loss for words, are you? What happened to your bravado of a moment ago? Enough of these reckless words without any basis in fact.
Objection!
These aren't reckless words. The basis for my claim is that the real murders show. What are you talking about? My contention that two incidents happened at the show pool. The attempted murder of the orca, the victim falling to his death. First of all, in order to kill the orca, Mr. Rhymes removed something from the scene. And by doing so, he made it possible for Mr. Shipley to fall to his death. What did he remove? This is what... This is an error, right? No, let me. Allow me. This is what Mr. Rhymes removed in an attempt to kill Orla. Whoops. We're doing his voice.
Take that!
Now, Kim, don't tell me you're trying to claim he tried. Don't tell me you're trying to claim he tried to kill the orca by draining the pool water. Exactly what I'm saying. Help the defendant with the cleaning. Marlon Rhymes took charge of Orla. Planned to kill Orla in the show pool. Because the pool water was drained. Made it possible for Jack Shipley to fall to his death in the show pool. Oh, God. I tried to deal the orca, you say? Can't you even prove there was nary a drop of water in the pool? That day I was simply looking after the orca. Why would I have the monstrous thought of killing it?
Objection!
We've already proved exactly why. That's not even really a question. Claim you were looking after Orla in the early morning hours of July 20th, but I don't think you were doing a good job at it. After all, Orla wasn't given anything to eat during that time. How would you know such a thing? Because, I know because of Orla's record here in the torpedo data system. This system continuously records data on this subject monitors. From Orla's record, we can tell exactly when she ate. Or didn't eat. Sink me. Nobody ever told me about that dastardly contraption. Only a few of the ship-shape aquarium staff know about this system. According to Orla's record, she never ate in those early morning hours of the 20th. You planned to kill Orla, and that's why you didn't silence. You're wasting time. What proof do you have of that? Besides, perhaps the orca simply wasn't hungry. Right, I don't have any proof. Orla simply didn't eat, then that would create an inconsistency. Where did her fish go? Fish? Good question. Where did it disappear to? Fish? What does it matter? What relevance? Okay. What are you driving at, Mr. Wright? Look at the fish disappear. Somebody must have eaten it. Who came to the show stage and ate Orla's fish? I think I might have a pretty good idea. I believe there must have been an asshole visitor to the show stage that Mr. Rhymes didn't notice. Visitor? Are you trying to introduce yet another suspect at this 11th hour? But one more of your careless remarks, Taka won't look favorably upon it. That sounds like a goddamn you problem. I don't plan to utter any careless remarks. Whether my remarks will actually be related to the case or not, I don't yet know. Don't worry, boss. If Taka comes this way, I'll fend him off. But do try to keep your remarks careful. Somehow Orla's fish disappeared. Somebody must have visited the show stage, but who? This was the visitor. I heard a noise. Have like something fall and figure out what fell. That's so weird. I swear I heard something fall, and I can't find it. A whole house. Guess it could have been outside, but it sounded like it echoed through the house. I believe Rifle the Penguin visited the show stage. First an orca, now a penguin? Why would you be saying such a thing, Mr. Lawyer? I didn't see Rifle during the wee early morning hours. Do you have any proof Rifle visited the show stage? If you'd be a lawyer of any sort, show me your evidence. The bottom of Rifle's feet were pink for some reason. That fact is a clue that Rifle was indeed at the show stage. Although it doesn't actually talk about when. Unless, does it specifically say that she did it like that night? Ah, okay, fair enough. I have to present that piece of evidence that connects Rifle to the show stage. Now to prove I'm a lawyer worth my salt. This is the proof that Rifle visited the show stage.
Take that!
Oh my, what a cute little sign. Look at all those adorable stars. These stars are actually starfish. This buckler painted this sign. The early morning hours of the 20th, she left the sign at the show stage to dry. I keep wanting to say stage show. Mr. Rhymes kept an eye on the sign for Miss Buckler while the paint was drying. That be true. But what be your point? On this sign is proof that Rifle visited the show stage. Proof of the penguin's visit? I'm afraid I don't see it. Where is the proof that the penguin visited the show stage? Please point it out. With your hoverable finger.
Take that!
A couple of the pink starfish are shaped a little differently from the others. Damn it. Ah, you're right. They look almost like little leaves. Rifle had pink paint on the bottom of her feet. These little leaf-shaped signs on these little leaf-like shapes on this sign are actually Rifle's footprints. Rifle made these footprints by walking on the sign before it was dry. Oh, what cute little pink penguin prints. These are footprints. What of them? Marlon Rhymes was watching over the sign at the show stage while the paint dried. During that time, the penguin paid a visit. According to Torpedo Data System, we know that Rifle ate something that morning of the 20th. Most likely, Rifle ate the fish meant for Orla that was at the show stage. Orla's snack was a small quantity of fish. Penguin could have eaten it all. Begad! Rifle ate Orla's fish? Who be you to say Rifle ate Orla's fish? She could have picked up food anywhere. That don't change the fact that I really was at the show stage. After all, I had to help move the Skull Rock. Couldn't have been moved without me. Witness claims you never saw the penguin. How do you explain this contradiction? Both Mr. Rhymes and Rifle were at the show stage, but Mr. Rhymes didn't see it. Where could Mr. Rhymes have been at that time? Alright, now if you want up to the task, I could disprove this witness's testimony for you. But leave it to Prosecutor Blackwell. Sasha will be declared guilty. Can't let him interrupt this line of reasoning. Right, let's try to figure out how things looked when Rifle came to the show stage. Mr. Rhymes was at the show stage, keeping an eye on Orla and the sign. We know it must be true because he helped move the Skull Rock. And then Rifle came in and walked over to the sign. But wouldn't Mr. Rhymes notice Rifle if he was right there? Let's think about where Mr. Rhymes could have been. Is there a place in the show stage area from where Rifle couldn't have been seen? I mean, like, here, his fingerprints, but also inside the pool.
Take that!
What? Inside the pool? You're right. If he was inside the pool, he wouldn't have noticed Rifle. That's good then. Could be both. So are you saying Mr. Rhymes was underwater the whole time Rifle was eating? No, not underwater. When I think about what he was trying to do, the answer is clear. Now I'm finally starting to get the whole picture. Just like yesterday, us you two always be whispering to each other. Why don't you admit that resorting to a penguin will get you nowhere?
Objection!
No. 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 We should, if you utter actually in court, you will look just as bit of a tool as anyone else that does it anywhere else. For one, it's entirely unnecessary. You can make a counter argument without ever uttering the word actually. It's just a word that never needs to be said. And as an attorney, we are taught to be as concise as possible. Thus, excess verbiage is considered bad form. But I don't remember. Did he say actually there? I don't remember if he actually said actually. I don't remember if he said. I mean, I say actually too, and I shouldn't. I should never say it. It should never be something that comes out of my mouth because it's always unnecessary. Is that actually true? Is that true? The latter and not waste it. Oh, I don't know about that. The fact that Mr. Rhymes didn't notice rifle is such a small inconsistency. Right, for emphasis, which in the legal world, emphasis like that is considered like it's an indication of a weak argument. Generally speaking. It doesn't necessarily mean it is a weak argument, but people will look down upon it because it is considered unnecessary. Really, very, like those words, you see them in a legal document, that's bad legal writing. That's really bad legal writing. I get what I did there. I added it. That's a key point that proves what Mr. Rhymes is trying to do. Penguin is a key point. Show stage pool is very deep. Deep. If Rifle came to visit while Mr. Rhymes was at the bottom of this pool, and I know, like I said, I do it too. I try to eliminate it as much as possible because I know it's bad. Not really bad. Real bad. Still that one baffles me. You would never have noticed Rifle. Arr! Orcas can be out of water for a short time without sustaining damage. But if they're out of the water for a long time, they weaken and eventually die. In order to kill Orla, Mr. Rhymes had to drain the pool. The pool was made devoid of water. And while the pool was drained of water, Mr. Shipley fell to his death. Joe stage pool is about 65 feet deep, just like the Orca pool. Without water in the pool, a person could be made to fall 65 feet. Oh, I thought you did that on purpose. You shouldn't have said anything. I didn't say it out loud, but I was thinking in my head like, good God, Trep. It was very clever. Shouldn't have said anything. Now that EXP you gained in my head, revoked. So are you saying could something alive be considered a murder weapon? I mean, honestly, I don't know off the top of my head of any specific examples, but I would think so. If you used it in a way that made it an instrument of murder. Yeah, I think it's just a matter of, like, is it technically classified as a murder weapon? I think that's the question they were getting. Now that's an interesting scenario. Is the cat a murder weapon? If you threw a cat at somebody, the cat like was going at somebody's face, and they they connect the face to the point where it makes them stumble backward. The cat manages to jump off, but the person falls over the balcony and fall to their death. Is the cat then a murder weapon? I would think it'd be the same degree of a murder weapon as a ball would be, in that it could cause impact that could cause somebody to lose their balance and fall to their death. That's just speculation, though. I don't know for sure. I would have to. Right. Wait. Mr. Rhymes probably wondered what to do. If he continued with his plan to kill Orla, how would he dispose of Mr. Shipley's body? Why is the plan to kill two birds with one stone? What? How? Mr. Rhymes went down to the bottom of the pool and put the victim's body in the rock. He then had Miss Buckler move the rock and the body together. Silence! And the witness made the defendant do this without arousing her suspicion. That's right. Mr. Shipley told Miss Buckler that she couldn't perform in the new show. Miss Buckler became upset and wanted to switch back to the old version of the show. Trust me, we don't need testimony for this or anything. So Mr. Rhymes conveniently suggested that she take and hide a prop for the new show. Mr. Rhymes then manipulated Orla using her singing and life-saving trick. He schemed to have Orla find the body while Mr. Plume would be standing witness. He saddled Orla with a false charge of murder so that Orla would be put down. What? Was he bleeding from his moles? Or what do you call those? Those aren't moles, right? They're like craters. What the fuck are those called? Like, I feel like that's a legit thing, and there's a legit word for it. It's not just it's just not like a slang or something, but I can't remember what they're called. Oh, they're supposed to be bite marks? That could be. The fact that the witness didn't see the penguin shows that when Rifle visited the show stage, Rhymes was putting the body in the rock. At the bottom of the pool, that is. Who would have thought the presence of a penguin could prove the witness's actions? It's a little further down, Sasha will be proven not guilty. You think you've won this battle, you are sorely mistaken. Your theory is based on the notion that a witness could manipulate the orca. Wes, can you control the orca's actions? Of course not. What kind of bilge is that? Bilge? Bilgy? I be but a simple animal keeper. My memory serves, wasn't Miss Buckler the only one who could issue commands to the orca? Ugh. Judge's blade is sharper than lawyers. You wish to do battle with witness, you'll need a own blade. Where's your sort of evidence that Marlon Rhymes can manipulate the orca? Ah! Rhymes had to have manipulated Orla in order for his plan to work. How can I prove it? But it appears this line of reasoning has become unsustainable.
Objection!
Fucking relax, dude. But it appears that I was mistaken. Maybe I should have just shut my mouth and allowed them a time to, you know, rebut. Athena? I've analyzed the hearts of all kinds of people. I have enough experience to see when I look in your heart that you haven't given up. That objection was my way of speaking up for your heart. Oh, he's right. Why would I become a lawyer again only to give up? I have to keep fighting. Athena, thank you. With your help, I remembered the old right way. The right way? Ignore that. Your Honor, I'm not finished with presenting my argument. Do you have anything else to ask this witness? Cross-examine all the witnesses and present all your evidence.
Objection!
You know that. All the witnesses? I don't think so. I haven't cross-examined the most important one, the central figure in both cases. Central figure? The dead person, Jack Shipley. Just kidding. One involved in not only the case a year ago, but this current case too. Never called her as a witness, but it's time to do so now. Who are you talking about? I demand you tell the court immediately. Who is this central figure in both cases? Sure.
Take that!
Wait. We're not actually going to... No. No. No.
Take that!
We call the orca Orla. Yep. I honestly thought the fake out earlier was like, okay, they're making a little joke about it, but they're not going to do it. Really? Like, it's not going to happen. See how I caught myself and removed actually from both, and it still meant the same thing. Do you intend to cross-examine an orca? Ha! Cross-examine an orca? You must be addled. It be impossible, says I. Silence. This absurdity is beyond the pale. How do you expect to question an orca, a creature incapable of speech?
Objection!
Why are you objecting to? Orla is intricately involved in this case. I have every right to cross-examine her. You might not actually have that right. Besides, even if she can't speak, I think cross-examining her will be invaluable. Very well, do what you will then. If you fail to garner anything from this little exercise with the orca, I hope you realize the reward for your efforts will be the defendant's guilty verdict. Well, can I do that now? Or I give up now and also get rewarded with a guilty verdict. So, I mean, I'm ready and competent. I assure you. Oh, cross-examining Orla, huh? That was a bold move, boss. See if it works out for you. Now all we have to do is figure out how Mr. Rhymes manipulated Orla. That's right. Now it's Orla's turn to help us save Sasha. Orla defended yesterday, and Orca witnessed today. An Orca defended yesterday, and Orca witnessed today. This is truly unprecedented. Even though this is highly unusual, I'm prepared to allow it because it might be interesting. When things will be interesting, fuck the law. Bailiff, ready the witness telecast. Do a 10-minute recess while the telecast is being set up. Now, to be fair, it's not unreasonable to go through Orla's, like, knowledge of tricks and how much she could understand. That's not unfair to ask, for Phoenix to ask. But that doesn't make Orla a witness. It's more of like evidence presentation. Yeah, what if it just came out and said something like, oh shit. We'll have a 10-minute recess while the telecast is being set up on the TV phone. Lit TV phone. Right, she's still an animal. Leave it to you to think of something like calling Orla, Mr. Wright. You are actually insane. Well, she's the only one who knows all the answers after all. I just talked to Pearls and she said Orla seemed to be feeling fine. Now we have to try and figure out how Mr. Rhymes manipulated. If you put Mr. Rhymes and Orla together, maybe we can get some kind of clue. Can't forget about that strange set of Prince of Rhymes either. I really appreciate you trying to save both Orla and me. I had no idea Marlon hated Orla like that. Like I've been shocked by a torpedo ray. Of course he would hate the killer whale that murdered his girlfriend right in front of him. Oh, Mr. Plume, you been watching the trial? Yeah, she is writing a book, that would make sense. Oh yes, I come to make a declaration of war. A declaration of war? No matter what the result of today's trial, I will report the truth in my new book. Even if that truth goes against what I wrote in the Killer Whale. I don't know what the truth is. Not even about what happened a year ago. Dr. Crab, Zura died right in front of my eyes, in the middle of a pirate show. She suddenly fell from the orca's back and began to thrash around in pain. The orca was singing a song and then started headbutting Azura over and over. Finally, the orca took Azura in her mouth and brought her to the side of the pool. Just before she died, Azura was holding her chest in obvious pain. Holding her chest? Could it be the arrhythmia? I don't think Orla was to blame for the incident a year ago either. What? I think the cause of Miss Summers' death might have been her heart condition. Heart condition? What heart condition? I never heard anything about it. Ah, so obviously it didn't exist. Miss Summers had a prescription with Hickfield Clinic for a heart condition. Orca didn't kill her. I think it's possible her heart condition did. Of course, an autopsy was never performed because apparently in these games, it is only performed if it was potentially homicide. So accidental death. An autopsy report could have prevented this entire situation. I think it's possible her heart condition did. What? Azura had a heart condition. What? Azura had a heart condition too. Yes, she hid it from everybody, just like I did. So that means Orca was innocent a year ago too. It's just a theory, but a legal theory. I think the Orca headbutted Azura to check on her, then did the lifesaver trick to rescue her. There was no need to put the Orca down after all? Really did intend to put Orla down. Oh, Jack and I against such a thing from the start. Sure, I totally believe that they're doing it based on, like, that's what their legal system does. Bad. Is it like against Shintoism or something? That's not even like the prevalent religion in Japan anymore. Like, they think it's defined like some cultural reason? The only thing I can think of, because if it's not a cultural reason, then their reasoning is stupid. That's true, they just eyeballed it. This is our autopsy report. It looked like he got stabbed. Oh, sword probably. Oh. if it's a cultural reason, then there isn't really much you can say about that, right? People have their beliefs, whether they be flawed or not. Well, everybody's belief is flawed to a certain extent. Otherwise, everybody would believe in it entirely. But, and I mean, they're talking about like spiritual religion, you know, that sort of belief. But it's also why there should be a separation. Well, I'm not going to criticize them for it being based on spiritual reasons. This is a good reason why separation of church and state thing, so that it doesn't encroach upon a fair legal system. In this fictional world, someone else died because there was no autopsy done to the person. Somebody else died because of it. Obviously, because it happened in this fictional world, it wasn't. But, like I said, if it's for cultural reasons, fine. There isn't really much I can say about that. That's their thing. I just don't agree with it. But if it's for reasons other than cultural, spiritual, or whatever, then what the fuck? But you said you were going to euthanize the orca. Like, what if the reason was like, our doctors in this country just don't like touching dead bodies? Ew. I would be upset. I've been wondering about that. Dr. Crab, about this capsule. Not a poison, but a sleeping drug, right? That's right. Even if Orla attacked someone, or even if the Center for Dangerous Animal Control demands she be put down, and never had any intention of killing her, would use sleeping pill to make it look like she was dead and set her free. Wow! Wow, what a fucking Giga Chad! Although all they'd have to do is actually check her vitals. This is the Meiji era autopsy report for that fucking. Yeah, she looks dead. All right, we're satisfied. Although I guess he's the vet, so he could technically be like, touch her. Like, how do you take a pulse of a whale? Hold their fin. Oh, it's super based. Dude, that is Giga Chad energy there. That's why I purchased so many sleeping capsules. Oh, that's why? I never considered the possibility that poor woman's death was illness. Why? Looks like I'm a fucking moron who was just looking at sensationalizing whatever story I could find for my own benefit. He seems pretty disturbed to be wrong. I simply wanted to know the truth. That is why I will tell you who my client is. The day I witnessed the owner's death, I was there at the request of the animal keeper. Of course you were. I think I called that out, right? Talked about that. Marlon rhymes? That is correct. That day my client called me to ask me to investigate the orca pool. Yeah, not the police or anything, but this writer. He must have wanted you to witness what Orla was going to do. Why did you decide to tell us this? My desire to protect my client was standing in the way of the truth. I couldn't allow that. I'll be watching to see how this all unfolds. Good luck to you, blue and yellow duel. Well, that was quite a bombshell she just dropped. So casually, too. Another word you never need to say and actively hurts you in conversation. This one, actually really, that sort of thing might help you in normal conversation, but I'm going to tell you one thing that hurts you in normal conversation every time you use it. We've talked about this before, too. Just to remind you. This word right here. This is like the linguistic way, like equivalent to showing a sort of submissive, like showing submissive body language. Don't try to get rid of this word as much as possible. You'll probably still do it, but the more you get rid of it, the stronger your speech is going to become. Sure, if it's your intent to show submissive as to come off as non-threatening, then it makes sense. In fact, you're right. I've done that before. In situations where I'm like trying to, like somebody might have taken something the wrong way. I'm trying to explain it to like chill them out or something like that. Then I might intentionally use that word so that it comes off as more submissive. It's just so hard. I was just gonna leave that one there, hanging out in the. That woman really is a free spirit. Remember what you said yesterday, Mr. Lawyer? That you'd expose any secret if it would help save Sasha? I remember, it's my duty as a lawyer. Well, I just wanted you to know that I don't blame you for exposing the aquarium's secret. You put me in hot water, but help save the orca. Let me clue you in on another secret. Focus on the orca's song. Orca's song, huh? What could he be hinting at? It was a rap beat. Oh my god. I say that like in jest, but if that is... Oh. Yeah, and I very likely do it on purpose. If I do it in the server, it's likely that I'm doing it on purpose. Because I know that sometimes my speech and my like presentation can come off as a bit much. Perhaps a bit too not serious. Hence. And so, just as a way of making any sentence seem lessened. So, especially with people, like viewers who are A, likely younger than I am, and B, likely not lawyers, I will often do that to try to soften any, point I'm trying to make. So I don't come off as too confrontational, asshole-ish. It's just, you got to be aware of how, how the way you're presenting yourself is perceived. I know it's an issue of mine. My family tells me that all the time. Like, so it's something I try to work on. So, okay. Just should be a tool, not something you use all the time for no, legitimate other reason. Oh, Mr. Wright, looks like it's time. All right, let's go back in. You got it, boss. We're gonna go in there and save Sasha and Orla together. This court will now reconvene. The witness Orla Shipley, commonly known as Orla, ready? Well, the orca is present, but I highly doubt she understands what's going on. Oh, just as adorable as yesterday. distinctly remember you being afraid of her on several occasions. You did say she was adorable. Now then, Mr. Wright, how do you propose to cross-examine the witness? Thanks, Seth. Conclusively, I intend to have the young lady there with Orla to help me. Hello, everyone! That young lady. Didn't I meet her once before, a long time ago? Yes, that's Pearl Fay, my old friend. Yeah, well, didn't she grow up to be a lovely young lady? Ah! I've no interest in this chit-chat. On with the cross-examination. Mr. Wright, this is all your fault. Why are you dawdling? How is this my fault? I'm mildly surprised too. Although maybe it's because Pearl turned into Maya once. That can be something that sticks in your mind for a while. The court will now hear the testimony of Orla Shipley. I don't know what I expected. I really don't remember. I don't know what I expected. I said remember because everybody's saying remembers. Judge remembers? Judge remembers Pearl. Pepperidge Farm remembers. Indeed. As you can see, Your Honor, I've conclusively proven my case. The defense rests. Yeah, how did they know? How'd they know it was done? Or is this just when the judge finally decided to say something after that one? Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? With a straight face, do you seriously intend to cross-examine this orca? Oh, she's a key witness for the defense after all, sir. Every time you come to my courtroom, you open my eyes to a new way of thinking. It appears this will be another one of those times. Yes, he's giving me the go-ahead. I'd like to put the witness and Mr. Rhymes together to see how... Oh, they won't let us, like, press the different fucking... I was hoping I'd be able to press everything. Oh. I'd now like to put the witness and Mr. Rhymes together to see how he manipulated the orca. Hopefully Orla will have some kind of reaction. Fine by me, but not will happen, I tell you. Rhymes is right, nothing happened. Guess I shouldn't have expected it to be easy. Did he manipulate it? Alright, no, I hope you realize, if you can't prove how Rhymes manipulated the orca with this cross-exam, the defendant will be declared guilty immediately. Yes, and if I didn't do anything at all, my client would have already been declared. I hate when they say this. Like, okay, so then I should have just let you win before? Edgeworth thanks you, JB. 32 months. Grew up in with the student body. I would think someone who graduated from law school would realize that starting with dual destinies doesn't make much sense. So if they've already passed the logical hurdle of why would you start 5/6 away through a story? Then I have nothing for them. Because no logical hurdle that I could provide them could stand up to that very, very basic point. Yes, I realize that. My last chance. I have to figure out how Rhymes commanded Orla to do her tricks. Please begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Oh, they will.
Hold it!
Miss Shipley, I'm afraid fleet is not going to get us anywhere. This is your plan of action. If you are incapable of interpreting orca speech, this entire exercise is folly. Oh, wait. So if I am capable of interpreting orca speech, hypothetically speaking, then this is okay?
Objection!
You leave the interpretation of Orla's heart to me. All right, girl, what do you got to say? Let me hear it. Oh, Orla, you're so cute! All right, Nana, surely you don't intend to continue this farce. I do. Miss Shipley, please continue with your testimony. I mean...
Hold it!
Could you interpret that for the court, Miss Sykes? Getting a strong reading of happiness. Maybe she thinks she's doing a show? I demand serious witness testimony. This is no time for fun and games. This is a courtroom. We don't have fun and games here. You continue this mockery, I will subject you to 40 lashes with a wet fish. Not a wet noodle? That just sounds fishy. Hey, speaking from experience, anything is better than 40 lashes from a whip. Hey! The defense will please caution its witness to conduct herself with propriety. Okay, no. Blackwell has a legitimate gripe here. I would be more adamant than he. The fact that he's letting this continue, he should be more adamant than he is right now.
Hold it!
Instead of impersonating one orca band, could you show us the lifesaver trick? Guess Orla won't do that. I guess Orla won't do what you want unless you give her the proper signal. Oh, doesn't Orla sing beautifully? Tucker's singing voice is much more melodic and clear. I guess that's a matter of interpretation. Either one should quit their day job. Please continue your testimony, Miss Shipley. I want to save, just in case, like, pressing all instances leads to stupidity. It just ends.
Hold it!
Shipley seems to want to communicate something. Perhaps she's hungry? Miss Faye, could you give Miss Shipley a snack? Certainly! One moment! What a hot woman scene. It reminds me of my granddaughter with her pet. Wow, your granddaughter must have a pretty large pet. Stop all this pet prattle and get on with the cross-examination. But she's such an adorable creature. I never get tired of looking at her. Silence. I, on the other hand, have had more than my fill of this tomfoolery. Enough is enough. Sounds like Prosecutor Blackwell is about to blow a stop. What should I do? Should I continue cross-examination? I'm not finished with my cross-examination. I have just about exhausted my patience, right, Dono? Mr. Wright, please finish as quickly as you can. Yes, Your Honor. Not really sure how to continue to tell the truth. Rhymes had to have commanded Orla somehow. Do you have anything in evidence he could have used? Well, it's not like I can present evidence that contradicts a particular statement. This doesn't matter which statement. What could be used to command Orla? Witness, please continue with your testimony. Which, I mean, that's what I figured. Present it wherever, because it'll react. Song.
Objection!
No, it's not that. That statement is clearly inconsistent with this evidence, Your Honor. I hope you don't think waving your finger about aimlessly is going to help you win the trial. Oh, that was lame. That was lame. You have an orca on the stand.
Objection!
Plows are out. Raining cats need snowing cats and dogs. Did we cross-examine? What is it that you're hearing at this? Describe the contents of it. As an expert witness, can you speculate as to what the cause of that sound might be? She's interpreting the orca for me, but I also can't understand what she says. The snowplow. Plowcoon. I'm disappointed by the denials. Okay, now I really would like to present the evidence about the witness chiming in.
Objection!
Sasha told me an interesting story about Miss Summers. I told you we don't need any of your testimony. The witness will control herself. Otherwise, she will be held in contempt of court. Or stream. Witness. Approach the bench right now. Oh, wouldn't that be awesome if I could say approach the bench and she would like come to me? But no, she doesn't know that is. Lucy, approach the bench. You would not have to have a discussion here. We have rules in this courtroom. You must follow. You understand that you feel very passionately about what you have to say. Also must understand that there are more people here. Your feeling. I mean, God, does it really take him that long? Maybe she's just criticizing their inefficient work. Oh my God. If these plows are the reason that my fucking internet keeps going in and out, I am going to go remove one of them very impolitely from their station and finish the job on my own. No, it's not a you problem. It's a me problem. More like it's a weather problem. Like a blizzard here. Blizzaga. I think we're at a blizz. No, we're not at a blizzaga level. More like a blizzara level. Only them in contempt of stream. Yeah, we could do that. Likely Mr. Rhymes still has these videos of Miss Summers. Miss Faye, could I ask for your help? Of course, Mr. Nick. What is it? You're using Mr. Rhymes' TV phone, correct? I'd like you to examine it for me. Please look for the videos of Azura Summers issuing whistle commands to Orla. Videos? I'm not too sure how to do that, but I'll give it a try. Yeah, she is not the person that you want handling technology in a life or death situation for your client. I would send somebody else. Is it all over the state or is it just southeastern? My apologies to Marlon, even though you're probably a murderer. All right, no. What are you up to? Better than that cross-examination, at least. We'll see in a moment if Pearls can find those videos for me. Mr. Nick, I found them! I found some videos like you described. Did? Thank you, Miss Faye. Just as I suspected. How did Marlon Rhymes get Orla to do those tricks? I will now show you. With Mr. Rhymes' cell phone. His cell phone? Are you implying he used an app? Or those things? Miss Faye, if you can issue Orla a command, if you're simply replaying a video from your phone, is that technically through an app? Because it is through your photo app. So I guess, but is that how you would describe it to somebody? Like, I want to see that video. Oh, sorry. I'll go to my app, my photo app, so that you can see these. Miss Faye, see if you can issue Orla a command. Me? Can I do such a thing? Might be able to if you play a video with a whistle signal in it. There's a video of the lifesaver trick. Please play that. Before you do though, please put the practice dummy in the pool. Practice dummy. All right. In it goes. There. Thanks to the bottom. No, I'm not playing with you all of a sudden because the plows came around. You got all riled up. That's a you problem. I still have to check premium. I'll play a video. Well, he's diving down, heading straight for the dummy. I mean, I hope you actually caught that on the TV phone. Hee hee, what a smart girl you are, Orla. Lifesaver trip was a complete success, Mr. Nick. Thank you, Miss Faye. You were a big help. Now I have unbelievable. They actually pulled it off. That was the lifesaver trick we saw yesterday. 11. So again, if they just cut the testimony part out and like did this, that can happen. That's not unreasonable. Although the testimony was hilarious. Although I will say again, the punishment dialogue was very disappointing. It was generic for such an absurd situation. Is Miss Faye an orca trainer now? No, Your Honor. I'll explain after we try one more trick. Now let's see if we can command Orla to do the singing trick. Miss Faye, if there's a video of the singing trick, please play that. I'm sure it'll be labeled singing trick. Otherwise, we'll just have to click through them randomly. Certainly! Let's see. This video? Oh my, isn't she wonderful? That was the Swashbuckler Spectacular song. Oh ho, what a lovely singing voice. It wasn't bad. By the way, how did Miss Faye give the orca those commands? Marlon Rhymes has something on his phone that his girlfriend, Asura Summers, sent him. They're videos of Miss Summers issuing commands to Orla with a whistle. If they have Orla listen to the sounds of the signals, anyone at all could command Orla. Oh my, anyone at all? Yes, I believe so, Your Honor. All they would have to do is play those videos. Mr. Wright, please submit those videos as evidence. I'm getting the sneaking suspicion the judge just wants to try it out for himself. It's also very, like, necessary. Miss Faye, could you send those videos to the TV phone here? What? Like, how would she? I'd be shocked if she knew how to do that. All right, certainly. Got him. All right, I'll try playing one. But he's getting all uppity now because the orca's taking center stage again. This was a training session a year ago, huh? Wait a minute, there's something about that song that bothers me. If the orca can be commanded using videos on a cell phone, that means that Marlon Rhymes could have manipulated the creature. Arr! Mr. Rhymes, you can't talk your way out of it now.
Silence.
Apparently you can. I have to commend you. That was very good proof. I can see Marlon Rhymes could have manipulated the orca. Isn't it true that the defendant could have done it as well? All she would have to do is use the whistle she knows how to use so well. She wouldn't have had to use those videos. Surely you admit it's a possibility. She could have easily had Norma de Plume witness the singing in a lifesaver trip. Trying to argue is equally possible for Sasha's. What's for rhymes is equal. Counter argument. Is that true? Let me think about that for a minute. Even though we know that she heard a different song. Culprit made sure Mr. Plume heard the song and saw the lifesaver. Sasha have shown these two tricks to the witness? No, I don't think Miss Buckler could have created the same conditions as the culprit. You challenged me to a battle. I hope your sword is sharpened. Let me see those sword skills of yours. Don't you worry, my sword is drawn and ready. My sword is evidence that the two tricks can't have been shown at the same time. Wait.
Take that!
Mr. Plume said in her testimony that she witnessed these two tricks at the same time. However, that fact is inconsistent with how Orla performs tricks. How Orla performs tricks? What are you talking about? Orla can't perform two tricks at once. She performs only one trick per whistle signal. That's how she's been trained. In other words, it would be just like with a dog. Tell them to both sit and shake. Won't do them at the same time. Am I understanding it correctly? Yes, that's the idea, Your Honor. Or if the judge has a dog. What a farce. So, are you saying that the witness somehow managed to produce an impossible scenario? Or if the creature's own trainer couldn't do it, how could I? Yes, it's a mystery, isn't it? Boss, you don't have to agree so cheerfully. The defense is claiming that Marlon Rhymes manipulated the orca. But if you cannot explain fully how this was done, your argument doesn't hold water. You can't straighten out your own theory. Would you like me to straighten you out? No, thank you. Orla can't do two tricks at a time, but Mr. Plume saw her do it. This logical inconsistency means there's a flaw somewhere. Was Mr. Plume lying? Or is it not true that Orla can't do two tricks at a time? Double negatives. Mr. Plume had no reason to lie about such a thing. It really isn't possible for Orla to perform two tricks at once. Maybe either the lifesaver trick or the singing trick was faked? Faked? Yes, maybe Orla only performed one of the tricks, but it was made to look like she performed two. Silence! Maybe. How do we expect to conduct a sword battle with conjecture? Said the dude that his whole argument, not that it was bad, was just, you have to admit it's still a possibility, alright? They both could have done it. Sounds like I'd better present some evidence here and fast. Although I'm concerned about your profuse sweating, Mr. Wright, allow me to ask you. Which of the two was faked, the lifesaver trick or the singing trick? The defense wishes to argue that the singing trick was faked. And on what grounds you base your assertion that the singing trick was fake? He said... Oh, different from...
Take that!
This is a recording of a recent Swashbuckler Spectacular. In this recording, Orla sings the same song she sang for Miss Faye earlier. But Mr. Plume said this song is different from the one sang a year ago. The song is different? Please listen to the song in the video from a year ago, sent to this cell phone. At 12? Yes, it sounds quite different from the song Orla sang for Miss Faye earlier. And yet, this is the same video Miss Faye used to issue the command to Orla to sing, by having Mr. Plume listen to the song recorded in the cell phone video. true culprit made Mr. Plume think Orla was singing the song from a year ago. Only Marlon Rhymes, the owner of the cell phone videos, could have done this.
Silence.
Mr. Plume said she heard the orca singing right in front of her. How do you claim he made her think that? How was the song recording played? I intend to explain that too, of course. What? The answer lies somewhere in the Orca Pool Visitors Court. Marlon Rhymes played the song recording by using this.
Take that!
Mr. Plume heard the song while she was in the Orca Pool Visitors Court. There's a speaker in that corridor so that visitor can hear the orca sounds. And you claim the songs played from that speaker. How? Here's how Rhymes played the song over the speaker in the visitor's corridor.
Take that!
Mr. Rhymes could broadcast the song and the video to the speaker by using a walkie-talkie. He could get Orla to do a trick by letting her hear Miss Summers' whistle signal too. He played the singing through the speaker and he made Orla do the lifesaver trick. All of this was the doing of the true culprit, Marlon Rhymes. Ah! This is what you did, isn't it, Mr. Rhymes? Arr! You did it! Now we can save both Sasha and Orla. Leave it to Captain Wright's swashbuckling lawyers to win any case. I don't remember agreeing to that name. It actually was possible for Mr. Rhymes to manipulate the orca. I'm stunned. I see we will need to hear more from this witness. Mr. Rhymes, the time has come for you to tell the court the truth. So I used the walkie-talkie, you say? Sorry, but you're dead wrong, me bucko. It be impossible, says I. What do you mean, impossible? I shall sing you a little shanty dissing your scurvy theory. Hark ye well now. Oh, Lord. This would be a pretty fun GIF, right? For the server? I don't know exactly what we use it for, but I have a feeling we would use it. Didn't have the patience for finishing it. I could see that's why I wouldn't have wanted to play this after finishing the game if it was like canonically in the middle. I'd been like, I don't care as much. The dissing of Phoenix Wright. That's ad hominem, sir. That's not actually okay. Yo, walkie-talkie be broke for real, Mr. Lawyer's freestyle got no appeal. Broke before the Plume on the scene, broke before Wright could he ever dream. Legit goof during cleaning time, eh? But bilge sucking lawyer something. That orca don't listen to me, K. Kill the cat? You so cray-cray. I am out of copium. So disappointed. Disappointment is measurable. My days. Here we go again with that flip-flop music. Broken. Of all the flimsy excuses, bilge sucking? That was uncalled for. Probably broken on purpose after the fact. Alright, be untrue, little lassie. Oh, I can't prove when it really was. Lucky be it for me, your lawyers be the ones who have the proving to do. After everything we've uncovered, he still won't admit it. Somehow I have to prove that he still could have done it. Dude literally just on the stand like, I might not be able to prove when, but that's your job. No, never had a witness. Damn, this one's intense. this is the answer. He used Shipley's walkie-talkie, not his own. But with it being at 1 bar anyways, I'm just gonna use this now, and if I lose, then we'll just go back and press.
Objection!
We lose! The guillotine. Oh, let's go to the top. Oh, never mind.
Hold it!
Rhymes, are you sure it was your walkie-talkie that was broken? Of course I'd be sure, although it doesn't have me name written on it or anything. You can't prove it being not me walkie-talkie now, can you? Never say Sasha this way. I have to figure out how he got the command to Marlon. I'm just gonna get a command of the Orca. Your theory crumbles. Everything you've done will all go up in smoke. I be not on the prosecution sides neither, mind you. The defendant be innocent, says I. But either way, me walkie-talkie was broken, and that'd be the truth. Don't do that.
Hold it!
Do you have some way of proving that statement?
Silence!
Well, the proof is on you. Can't do that, and then we can end this cross-examination right now. Oh, yo, ho, proof that it broke. Bro, you a joke. Lag even a second, you gon' choke. Right? Wanna press on my every word? Nope. Judge gon' judge something. You gon' front, then bring the pain or stop walking away in shame. He makes me so mad, we gotta come up with our own freestyle, boss. Get on back with evidence instead, shall we? No see. What did he say? Judge gon' judge undeterred. Yeah, okay. Sure. Somebody doesn't know this judge. Can this please continue a testimony about the walkie-talkie? Legit goofed during cleaning time.
Hold it!
Made a big blunder? What happened? After I helped Sasha with the cleaning, I dropped it by accident and broke it. Wish to see it, I still have it with me. It does appear to be broken. Your walkie-talkie broken, there'd be no way I could have done what you said. I couldn't have given the Orca any commands. Oh, your walkie-talkie broke, isn't that just so convenient? Mr. Rhymes, I think you broke it on purpose. Boy, ain't none of your false accusations, if you please. Broken on purpose, where be your proof? Have any proof? Walkie-talkie was broken. It throws a monkey, wrenching my whole theory. That Pearl's borrowed his cell phone so casually yesterday. He must have already been confident I wouldn't be able to prove it. Aha, you'll never get me to agree that Pox Door could be innocent. If something be not done about her, she'll get Sasha one day too. Orca killed the captain, it weren't me. So you intend to continue to claim that the defendant is innocent, do you? I won't stand for that. Now then, right, Dono, what's your next move? Your Honor, I would like to examine that walkie-talkie, if you don't mind. Certainly, if you must. See if there's any way to tell if the walkie-talkie, when the walkie-talkie is broken. He gave Orla that command, then it couldn't have been broken at the time. I had the screen to, yeah. What'd she say? Crack and nanny? Saying. Oh, what? How'd I do that? What? I am not doing that. Oh my god. I don't know how I moved it. Those are not enough options. Okay. So normally I just move it, but I can't do that. This is press a button. One of them is the button, but none of them seem to be the button. Okay, that's a problem. Oh. How did I do that? His broken. Doesn't seem to work. What would happen if I thump it? Hey, it's not an old TV, you know. Please don't break it any further. Keep looking. Huh? Look at these. They look like tooth marks. Hey, you're right. A bite this big. I wonder if it was Orla. Walkie-talkie with tooth marks? Didn't we hear a story like that just yesterday? Rhymes said this walkie-talkie was his, but could it be? Not odd about it, don't you agree? Time to give it up, Mr. Lawyer. Forget the orca, just save Sasha, says I. I can't do that. Now that I'm finally a lawyer again, can I hold my head up if I made my client so miserable? I stubborn one ye be. So is it, do I present here? What do I even present?
Objection!
Like, this is the only one where it says Shipley's thing hasn't been found. That's literally what we just focused on. But this isn't...
Objection!
Oh, that's annoying. Don't focus on that if that's not what we're supposed to present. Oh, does he want us to present this? Although it should have been just as fucking relevant, because this doesn't matter if you also don't talk about this.
Objection!
Oh, I did it on the wrong one. God damn it.
Objection!
Oh, nope, apparently not.
Objection!
God. Oh shit. No. No. You have the answer, but we're gonna make you crawl with us.
Hold it!
Could have been some other way besides the walkie-talkie. No, silence. This is a fucking waste of time.
Objection!
We already know the answer. Why would we say that afterwards? Like, that's really poor writing.
Objection!
We know it's not his. And it's really simple to explain it.
Hold it!
Otherwise, I don't know. The only other thing I can think of is that like I guess the whole thing could reset if you have to restart.
Objection!
It's like it should be one of these two pieces of them. Like that is the correct way to write this.
Objection!
Well, of course it's really weird because the most obvious things, like I said, it's bad. They literally tell you if you go here and inspect the radio, So you know it's not hers, and you know his is missing. Or you know it's not his, and you know the captain's is missing. Both of these show that fact. Both of these should be used right here. You show this. Oh, the teeth marks. Oh, they happen to line up correctly. And then there's the statement, but that's Sasha's statement. I don't think that's anywhere, is it? Can't really see it there.
Captain Marlon! He made it just in time!
Okay, he's in the wall. No, just tell me, because this is trash, and I don't feel like having to sift through trash.
Hold it!
Sure, it wasn't your walkie-talkie. You could have stolen a broken walkie-talkie from somebody else. You be accusing me of thievery, let me see your proof. Right? The evidence, this evidence, like, see, this is so fucking, there is absolutely no reason that this needed to be a thing. Who you stole the walkie?
Take that!
According to the defendant's statement, Mr. Shipley talked to her on his walkie-talkie before his death. However, no walkie-talkie was found near the victim's body. I could. Yeah, I'm aware, dog. I see the consult button. But again, I'm not gonna consult the game on garbage. Like, are you backseating? Because I didn't ask. I simply asked for the answer. Me thinks the police just didn't look hard enough. Besides, the captain's walkie-talkie wasn't broken. Be that not right? Those walkie-talkie has naught to do with mine. I'm not so sure that's true. Victim fell to his death. Quite possible his walkie-talkie broke in the fall. I mean, if you're wrong, you're wrong. Considering you're dispensing justice to others, similar things, you have to make sure you are also not doing the same thing. Otherwise, it looks bad. Me. Stole the walkie-talkie after the victim's death, didn't you? Silence! I will not allow such leading questions right now. What, on cross-examination? You claim the walkie-talkie belonged to the victim. Show me your evidence. Currently, I plan on doing just that. Please look at the tooth marks here on the walkie-talkie. Tooth marks? Ah, yes, I see them. Victim's walkie-talkie is a keepsake that used to belong to Azura Summers, who died a year ago. These tooth marks were left by Orla when she carried Miss Summers in her mouth. If this is Mr. Shipley's walkie-talkie, Mr. Rhymes' walkie-talkie is still unaccounted for, which means he could have used it to command the orca after all. That's not all, Your Honor. The only one who could have taken the victim's walkie-talkie is the culprit himself. Arr. The fact that Marlon Rhymes had the victim's walkie-talkie is proof that he murdered Jack Shipley. I'd say that's a strong claim. Okay. Arr! Not so fast, Mr. Lawyer. What? He still won't admit it? Of course not. They gotta pad this out as much as they can because it's a DLC. This walkie-talkie be mine, says I. How do you explain the tooth marks on it? I've had many the run-in with that orca myself, She bit me more than once in me walkie-talkie too. Evidence of our fights are carved here into me body. Later, Ken. My goodness, I can clearly see the tooth mark scars in your skin. Just because it wasn't originally DLC doesn't mean it wasn't unaltered. Like, that would be a necessary fact for that to be relevant. Because they could have taken out, added stuff, and then made it a DLC. If they thought it was too... What? Are those really scars from being bitten by Orla? Oh, yo, yo, ho, you want answers? I got some, mate. These scars from Orla, that's right. Them girl can put on up a nasty fight. That orca bit me and left me scarred. Had a rep to protect, so I went in hard. So, Mr. Lawyer, I win just being frank. And Orla, hey, you get the plank. Can't let him run this show. I'll find a way to prove the walkie-talkie belonged to the victim. You can't forget about fingerprints. I always keep me walkie-talkie clean and polished. Everything worked out before he even took the stand. I won't give up. There has to be a way. Mr. Wright, I found something interesting. Tooth marks on the walkie-talkie. Notice anything funny about them? This game won't rest until it suspects every nook and cranny. Yeah. I mean, it could very well have been unaltered. We don't know. Or without that additional information, it not being DLC isn't relevant. But we know they did something. But that doesn't mean they did other stuff. Now, they added tutorials, but that doesn't mean that they added additional adding. Funny? Funny how? Funny like a clown? Something is different about them compared to the other tooth marks I've seen. The only other ones I remember are the ones on the practice dump. Just a tiny difference. It might not even mean anything. Right now, we need to consider every possibility we can, no matter how small. Nook and cranny. I can figure out what's different about the bite marks. Maybe I can somehow prove Rhymes' walkie-talkie actually belonged to the victim. Think, Phoenix. You can turn everything around right here and now. How many times has he said that? Like 3 times a day. Oh, here we go. Time to review the facts we have so far. The intent of killing Orla, Rhymes drained the show stage pool. Rhymes failed to kill Orla, and instead he tried to spin Shipley's murder on Orla. In order to manipulate Orla, Rhymes must have used a cell phone and a walkie-talkie. But the walkie-talkie Rhymes has is broken. It's the victim's walkie-talkie, the one he kept as a memento through a summons. I'm going to find a way to prove that it is indeed the victim's walkie-talkie. Some evidence left on the walkie-talkie could prove that it belonged to the victim. Two pieces of evidence with tooth mark. Walkie-talkie and the dummy. What's striking about these 2 pieces of evidence? Colors. What's closely, I see two different bite mark patterns. Variations, huh? There are trick orlas that had two different variations as well. A year ago, the orca's song and teeth marks were different from what they are now. What could be the cause of these two inconsistencies? What's behind the fact that the orca's tooth marks and song were different here? This doesn't... Wouldn't What's-His-Face have said that it was a different orca, though? Learned a new song. Nope. Do I sing one song at a time, or she literally only has the capacity? Starting to think there are two different orcas. The one a year ago and Orla now. The Orla a year ago wasn't... Orca a year ago wasn't Orla. Means the bite mark on the walkie-talkie isn't Orla's like Rhyme said it was. Now I can finally prove the walkie-talkie belongs to the victim. Okay. I suppose it's possible that he didn't tell us. He did say there was another secret. It's possible he didn't tell us because he had already let the other one go so that wouldn't happen. The problem is that it seems like that didn't really do anything to help the next orca. So it's still in the same, like, position? Ah, we'll see. Mr. Wright, you appear to be lost in thought there. Is everything all right? I just realized something. Astonishing, Your Honor. Your face is what's astonishing right now. Rudeness is astonishing, Prosecutor Blackwell. What is this astonishing thing you realize? So just now, I thought the orca at the ship-shaped aquarium a year ago in Orla, same orca. However, the two inconsistencies led me to a new fact. That fact is that there might be two Aura ships. What? Well, that's impossible. Order in the court. Explain yourself. What's the basis for this preposterous claim? Orca's show song a year ago and the one now are different. I believe it's because the orca a year ago was a different orca. Two different orcas, two different songs. It explains the show song contradiction. So, why is it that she can only know one song? Because they say so? What be this bilgewater talk? I don't understand. I'm talking about the truth. Truth that will finally catch you out in your lies. Claim that the tooth marks on the walkie-talkie were Orla's, but that's not true. Two different bite mark patterns on the walkie-talkie and the dummy prove this. What? Two different patterns, you say? Silence. While I will concede there's a possibility that two different orcas exist, bite mark patterns alone are not proof enough. I want more conclusive evidence. Alright, I will show you conclusive. What's the evidence other than bite mark? Orca a year ago in Orla had different prongs and different keys. Video on hand. Don't I have two videos on hand that can be used to compare those two differences? I also made two videos with which the different songs and teeth can be compared. Not the security.
Take that! Take that!
Please compare the two videos, one from a year ago and one recent. As discussed, the orcas are singing two different songs. Please also pay attention to the appearance of the two orcas. How exactly do you claim their teeth are different? Let's look for shots in the two videos where the orca's teeth are shown. This is Orla in the recent video, the swashbuckler spectacular Irish. You can see she has all of her teeth. What a healthy smile she has. I'm a bit envious. Real. Next, let's take a look at the TV phone video from a year ago. Just as I thought, their teeth are different. Oh, I believe this smile looks a bit different from the one we saw a moment ago. How hideous. I'm not so envious of this one. can see the orca from a year ago has one tooth that's broken off. Ugh. The teeth are different. And yes, the teeth are different. They, of course, leave different bite mark patterns. On the practice dummy, you see Orla's uniform pattern with all teeth intact. Walkie-talkie, you can see that one tooth is missing from the pattern. Ah, I see it. Just like the smile of the orca in last year's video. Tooth marks on the walkie-talkie were not made by the orca we know as Orla. They were made a year ago by a different orca. 2 different orcas? I can't believe it. Wasn't it also stated that the lifesaver trick was new? Or that they're working on it? I was thinking about that earlier. I'm like, well, she knew it a year ago. Why would it still be something like they're still working on it? Like maybe, like dog, maybe she just can't do the trick. The statement that the tooth marks on the walkie-talkie were from Orla was a lie. Truth is, this walkie-talkie was stolen from the victim, Jack Shipley. The only person who could have stolen it is the true culprit, Marlon Rhymes. Say Wayne. Oh, got it all wrong. Be all to that orca. Oh. Huh? Got it all wrong. Blimey! It be the orca's fault. This can't be. Arrgh! Once again, too weak to help it. Oh, it would appear should hear more from the defendant about Orla Shipley. Orla? Is that the other? Did they say the other whale's name? Is there Orla and Aura? Or am I going crazy here? Sasha Buckler. Yes, Captain Judge? What Mr. Wright claims true? Are there 2 different orcas? Secret that ship-shape aquarium was hiding was about Orla, wasn't it? Dr. Crab told me to focus on the orca song. He hinted it would be a clue. Phoenix is right. The one we call Orla is the second Orla Shipley. There actually used to be 2 orcas at the ship-shaped aquarium. They used to call the first Aura Shipley, just Aura for short. Aura and Orla are sisters. The captain rescued them both when they got beached on the shore. But Orla was in bad shape. The ship's doctor had to look after her for a long time. Both orcas loved the captain, so we decided to keep them on at ship-shaped aquarium. Why didn't you say anything about there being 2 orcas? Well, because after the accident a year ago, Aura was put down. What? Aura's dead? Yeah, the Center for Dangerous Animal Control demanded it. Apparently, the captain and the ship's doctor begged them. Put the first one down, so please leave the second one alone, they said. Anyway, after the accident a year ago, the captain told us he was gonna put Orla in the pirate show as Aura Shipley. He asked us to keep quiet about Aura's death until the time was right. The time was right? What? Okay, am I the only one who sees this reasoning as complete garbage for why this wasn't mentioned earlier? Well, okay, Trep. Let's say you are correct. Let's say until the show was finally over, then we'd reveal it. You know what? The captain's dead, so I think the show might be over. So this would have been a great time to reveal it. None of them did. She was ready to die for that knowledge. For what? How is this even bad? Like, they put the one orca down. Yeah, that sucks. But would the audience care that instead it's a different one? Wouldn't that even, in some cases, be better for the reputation of the aquarium to say, hey, we got a different one now. The other one's dead. Don't hurt anybody. So you ain't got to worry about that. Well, that's the thing. It's not even just her. Crab could have just told us. Perhaps my small brain is simply missing something integral to like why this could not have happened earlier. But this is horrendous. There is no good reason for them not to admit this one fact that could have made all of this go away a lot earlier. This is horrendous. This looks really bad on the case because this is nonsensical. I guess I don't know what I was expecting. I guess I was just hoping the ending wouldn't be that stupid. If the best explanation we got was Crab was trolling us? But the orca's dead at that point. All you should be worried about is saving yourself and the other orca. Because it happened anyways. We had to end up using it anyways. So how important could it have really been? So like the absolute last time it should have, like, there was a chance for somebody to tell us, because at this point it was obviously going to be relevant, is when Crab tells you, pay attention to the songs. At that point, he knows it's going to come up. He knows that if you're competent, you're going to find out. And he simply didn't tell you why. So, yes, it would have been relevant before this point. If Crab had told us right away, we could have led with that. Like, this whole argument. Like, and that's the absolute last time. There may have, or there may not have been a time earlier than that where it's like, why wasn't it said then? But like, that's the absolute last time I can think of where it was like, why wasn't that said? Why didn't we hear that? I can definitely excuse Sasha more so than Crab, yes. Especially since Crab's whole thing is, I literally want to make sure that Orla doesn't die. If that's what he cares about most, what is he withholding this information for? This isn't the torpedo information where like he could get in trouble for it. Yeah, apparently what they say, amongst veterinarians never, like, that's nonsensical. That's incredibly nonsensical. This is a really bad, like, this is a humongous flaw to this ending. What a surprising and complex tale. Did all ship-shape aquarium employees know about this? Why didn't anybody say anything about it earlier? No, just a select few of us. Mr. Rhymes, did you know about it? Of course he didn't know about it, otherwise he wouldn't have cared anymore. He already got his revenge. He just didn't even know it. Of course not. How could I? How would I? Tell me, Mr. Rhymes, did you plan on killing Orla from the start? Yeah. Planned to do it during the cleaning, so I drained the pool. I figured if I didn't do something about that beast, Sasha's life was in danger. Sasha trusted that orca, much as Azura did. Wanted to protect her. Couldn't help Azura, so I felt like protecting Sasha was the least I could do. My duty. Built up my strength so I'd be ready to kill the orca. I even fought with sharks. God damn! That might be the biggest bombshell in this whole case. Camp realized my plan and tried to save the orc. That is why you killed Jack Shipley? The report from the crime lab finally makes sense. Report from the crime lab? Court yesterday, you will recall I showed a photo of the victim lying on his back. According to the lab, the bruise on the victim's right wrist was Rhymes' handprint.
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
Why even add this? Why even add this? If you're the game, just leave it the way it was. You know what's fucked up? Is that from Blackwell's standpoint, who cares if he does this? Which is a big reason why this whole idea is fucking stupid in the first place. Yeah, exactly. What are they gonna do? Disbar him? He's already in prison for life. Oh my god. The fever dream, isn't it? That's not to be fair. Each time, even if that's true, which my mind is so blinded by fury right now that I can't even think about what's happened in prior cases. So you might be right. But even if it happened before, it is this egregious every single time. And I don't know of any, and I guess I can't think of any other cases where it was revealed after the fact. For like what? Oh. 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 Okay. Guess who is not used to putting on clown makeup? I very rarely have to apply clown makeup to myself. Clown, pirate, whatever you want to make of it. At this point, it's all away. All. My commentary for this case has concluded. His handprint? I know how to fit in with the case and I didn't know how to fit in with the case until I heard Rhymes' story just now. I can imagine the reason for it being there. Rhymes must have made the handprint when he fought with the victim over the orca. Handprint made during a struggle? I don't care what happens to me anymore. I deserve the death penalty. I'm the one that killed the captain. Please give Sasha her not guilty verdict. You accept your defeat well, I see. Let me be your guide to hell. Oh, he tried to save him. I think. But then, okay. On with the verdict, your boldness. It seems this unprecedented trial that began with an orca as the defendant has finally come to a close. Sasha's saved. Orla's gonna be so happy. Sasha's not guilty verdict is coming. Why do I still have this strange nagging feeling? Grimes' handprint on the victim's right wrist. Is it really the result of a deadly struggle over the orca? Shake the feeling that handprint has some other hidden meaning. Trial going to end without revealing the whole truth? Very well. This court finds the defendant, Sasha Buckler.
Hold it!
Your Honor, please hold up. Please hold off on that verdict. Right, what is the meaning of this? I would like to further explore this new evidence the prosecution just submitted. What complaint could you have? You are about to get your not guilty verdict. See no need to prolong this trial, Mr. Wright. Your Honor, we still don't know the entire truth of this case. It's unnatural handprint Mr. Rhymes left on the victim's right wrist. I don't think it was the result of the fight between the two men. Not the result of a fight? And what do you suggest it was? Boss, what are you doing? Remember that evidence we found at the show stage? Evidence? What evidence? A curious mark might be the key to understanding the whole case. Your Honor, the defense would like to submit evidence that will expose the truth of this case. A mysterious piece of evidence that pairs with Mr. Rhymes' unnatural handprint.
Take that!
Marlon Rhymes left behind a very unusual set of fingerprints at the show stage. What way were they unusual? They were right handprints on the left side of the ladder. If one were to grasp the ladder in the same way as the prints, it would look like this. It looks like the ladder is being grasped from above. Exactly, Your Honor. The handprint on the victim's right wrist shows it was held with a powerful grip. Marlon Rhymes grasped the show stage ladder in an unnatural pose. He was gripping the victim's wrist in this position. Gripping the victim's wrist? Hey, he must have been... It means Mr. Rhymes was actually... That's right. We couple the unnatural handprint with the mysterious fingerprints. We see that Marlon Rhymes was trying to save the victim's life. What? But that can't be. It's impossible. Why don't we ask Mr. Rhymes himself? Yeah. Mr. Rhymes, we want to hear the truth directly from you. Gotta hand it to you, Mr. Lawyer. You got skills. Hi. You have to figure it out. Doesn't matter what happens to me anymore. I'm ready to die. So what is the defense claiming? True. Captain, found out I drained the show stage pool. Rushed to the side of the pool, frantic to put some water in for the orca, and then he slipped. Captain, give me a left hand! No, Marlon, you'll fall too. Give me, Marlon. I didn't realize what deep pain you were in. But, please don't blame Orla. But please don't blame Orla. It's nobody's fault, not Orla's and not yours. Hey! Captain!
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
So, Jack Shipley's death was accidental. Why didn't you tell us that you didn't kill the victim? Because I have no right to live anymore. I'm ready to get the death penalty. He died because of me. On top of it all, I used his body to frame Orla. Killed Orla, and she wasn't even to blame. Do anything wrong? Only thing I can do now, pay it for all my, pay for it with all my, is pay for it all with my life. I can't do it. Save the captain and avenge Azura's death. Mr. Rhymes, you have the wrong idea about Miss Summers' death. Not even the first Aura Shipley was responsible for her dying. Aura, of her own accord, was trying to save Miss Summers' life. If I might make you feel even worse about all your revenge. What are you talking about? Azura Summers suffered from a heart condition. She didn't tell anyone and she performed in the pirate show anyway. Well, she told Sasha she had a heart attack and died before anyone could save her. Sure, she didn't think Aura attacked her. Nothing to avenge. Way. Heart condition? Never said a word about it. Even if they let him go, this dude needs to be on suicide watch. For sure. Maybe she didn't want you to worry about her. Phoenix is just like, hey, Mr. Rhymes, your wound? Here's some salts for it, and then let me rub it in with my foot. I wanted to get revenge all this time for nothing. No, because think about, because his intent, it was never about killing the captain. If you were to drain your own pool and somebody slipped and fell and died in the pool, you wouldn't be charged for manslaughter because you drained the pool. It would just be considered an accident. Especially if you're not the one that, like, put the water there. Now, if you, like, sprayed water everywhere intentionally to make it slippery, maybe? Because you created a hazardous condition? The pool empty by itself is not necessarily a hazardous condition. It was really the water on the side that made him slip and fall. Because think about it, he could have died from a slip and fall like that anyways without the pool being empty, or at least seriously injured. That's what I would argue, at least. Not the case was murder, not a year ago, and not this time either. Responsibility in this matter is great, but I believe you can be rehabilitated. I mean, he should definitely get some sort of sentence for trying to kill, like, cruelty to animal, like, to the highest degree. Marlon, better come back to Shipshape Aquarium when you're done, you hear? Orla and I and everybody will be waiting for you. You have a lot to offer, Mr. Rhymes. Live your life and never give up, for the sake of those who are gone as well. Yes, and altering the crime scene. Also a big no-no. Big no-no! I promise to make up for what I've done, even if it takes me my whole life. Right, Sasha? Thank you. Well, I've seen countless trials, but never one that ended like this. I don't know how, Mr. Wright, but you always seem to manage to turn things around. I think all this excitement has taken a few years off my life. A praise or a diss? Now then, this court finds the defendant Sasha Buckler not guilty. What is now adjourned? I love how he's always stone faced, even though there's like confetti falling everywhere. Congratulations on your win! Thank you for all your help today, Pearls.
All I did was have fun with Orla.
Orla, I'm back. Oh, I missed you, girl.
Oh, I'm so happy for you and Orla, Sasha. Everything turned out great.
Phoenix, Athena, I really want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Orla and I are both really grateful. I will now act out me gratitude with a little performance, sorry. Miss Orca Lover, don't you think you'd better take care of your health first? Alright, fine. I promise, no more shows until I'm better. I don't want anybody to worry about me after all. Good. I'm glad that's settled. Hey, buddy, Mr. Lawyer. Just had to blab every single one of the aquarium's secrets, didn't you? I'm sorry, Dr. Crab. That's alright. I'm glad. It was kind of hard to tell. Although, thanks to you, we now know we're using the illegal torpedo system. But I think we'll be able to wiggle out of serious repercussions somehow. Writer lady advocated for us, saying the law itself is to blame. Says she's going to look into getting the law changed. Wow, go Mr. Plume. She sure is a powerhouse. One thing you didn't figure out, but keep this to yourself. We don't want it getting out publicly. Remember that appointment I had written down in my calendar? Oh, you mean meet the captain at the Orca Pool at 7 a.m.? That note meant the Orca Pool, the Supermarine Aquarium, not Ship Shapes. What? Why were you supposed to meet there? Dak and I visited the Supermarine Aquarium once a month. Idea why? Get dolphin therapy treatment? No, silly. Remember I told you? Jack and I were against putting the orca down from the start. What? You mean... Just pretended to put the first Aura Shipley. Oh, ho, ho, oh! The Giga Chads! Supermarine Aquarium is harboring business. Oh, so that talk about large amounts of money you were paying them. You're paying for Aura's care. Couldn't believe how much fish orcas eat. Now that it's been proven she was innocent all along, I think we can bring her back soon. Really? Do you want to prove that you defrauded someone? Although, I guess it's defrauded based on something that was wrong in the first place. No. No. No, it still doesn't make sense. Because as far as anyone knew, they still put her down. We pretended to put her down, which means as far as anyone else knew, she was dead. Unless you're talking about something else. But if you're talking about the withholding of information, that still doesn't make any sense. So, he still sucks for that. Like, this is all just superfluous from everything else that we saw in court. He's just adding this as a, by the way. No. When you're talking about Sasha's life, that's horrendous. Worst comes to worst, she just stays there. You say she's dead and she stays at the other aquarium, everybody lives. So, no, I disagree entirely with that. I think that's incredibly weak. Either we keep the secret and somebody might die. And that's the thing. They never even talked about whether they said she was dead, which is what happened in court, and look what happened. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's not preventing them from doing anything.
Until then, keep it under your hat, okay? Huh? What was he telling you about? Oh, nothing much. By the way, Orla wants you to give her a little celebratory prize.
This is what we've been carrying that fish for the entire goddamn time. This thing's probably rotted by now. We weren't refrigerating it.
Orla specifically requested that you give it to her, Phoenix.
All right, fine. Let's see. What can I give her? Spoiled fish. All right.
Take that!
You have this spoiled ass fish.
Orla, it's coming a day late.
And unrefrigerated. But congratulations on your verdict. In fact, it was just in my bag the whole time. Oh, that's adorable! Oh my god, you fucking pussbag! She does something beautiful and your response is
Oh my, aren't you lucky? That's Orla's best trick, the thank you kiss trick. Oh, Orla, I want to be next.
Orla's like, no. No. You don't get anything. And so the curtain fell on my first trial in years. I am looking forward to the comeback of Sasha and Orla's swashbuckler spectacular. After all, I made a comeback of my own as a lawyer. A few months later. It's been a while since I visited Shipshape Aquarium. Now that Sasha has recovered from her illness, she's performing today. There's still some time before the show starts. I think I'll wander around a bit.
Hi, Phoenix. Hope you enjoy the show today.
The orcas are excited and ready to go. I'm sure I'll enjoy. Wait a minute. Did you say orcas as in plural? Oh yeah, that secret I was told.
Yep, let me show you. What? 2 Orlas? Don't tell me. Yep, you caught it right. Orla Shipley the First has returned to Shipshape Aquarium. We be the 3 pirate sisters are. We be out to stop the evil Scalawag League, led by Red Stash and the Giant Octopus.
I don't want to get in the way of the rehearsal. Guess I better go. Well, if it isn't Blue Boy, did you come for my book signing? Oh, Mr. Plume, there's a book signing? Yes, my new book is just out. It's called Shipshape Aquarium. Don't pull the plug. The book signing will be held here in this room. After all, the vet owes me a favor. Yeah, she got them to approve the use of the torpedo. I'm grateful. Why does she keep coming to my lab to bother me every single day? Oh, she wants your dick. The next will be entitled Sniper, the Penguin Leaves the Nest. Tree! Ah! Stop this cacophony. Why am I surrounded by carping females? Gee, Dr. Crab gets all the ladies. Guess I'll leave him to it. Oops, it's almost time for the show.
Where have you been, Daddy? Polly and Athena already went in. While we were waiting, I brought some souvenirs to take back to the village.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I bet they'll love your souvenirs back home, Pearls.
By the way, I hear a certain someone is going to be in today's show.
A certain someone? Wonder who it could be.
Oh, it's almost time. The show's just about to start.
All right, let's go to the stage then. Let's go see Marlon Rhymes and how he did all these extremely bad felonies and yet still is able to get out of prison. Did he even get prison time? I don't know. I saved you all seats, Mr. Wright.
Oh, I can't believe I get to see the show again. I'm so happy. I want to dive in the pool.
You better not. I think they call security.
You're welcome in the pool anytime, Athena, but Red Stash is the best swimmer of all.
You got playing Red Stash's role. Sasha, Orla, and... Hey, I know that voice.
Yep, you mean it now. Marlon is back and he's playing the role of Red Stash.
Man, I can't believe he only got like 2 months in prison for all that. That's fucking... In fact, it wasn't even prison. He just got to serve it in the county jail, because... Fuck obstruction of justice. Fuck cruelty to animals. Just fuck all that. People don't need to get punished for that. Fuck it all. Go get me some fuck it all. Drug created by Robin Williams in a stand-up in 2001. Sounded magnificent. I have not remembered that until just now.
It'd be the new Swashbuckler Spectacular. Hope you enjoy it, me buckos.
And so, our pirates set sail for bluer seas under a sunnier sky. As for me, I set foot into the world of law once more as a full-time lawyer.
No, you wouldn't get a light sentence for good behavior. That's not how that works. You could get a lighter sentence for showing remorse, yeah. Describing mitigating circumstances, yeah. But he still committed 2 very serious felonies. Parole is, so normally what happens when you create you get a serious crime. Is that you have a chance to leave early. Where they say with a chance of parole. But it has nothing to do with the fact that you, like, they're not saying we're giving it to you right now because you were on good behavior during this period of time. That's not how that works. You can get parole eventually, but it's not about the sentence that the judge... You understand what I mean? The sentence and time served end up being 2 different things. Because there's intent with sentencing versus what actually happens. Because it's not like the judge isn't somebody that determines your parole or good behavior. He simply determines the sentence. The parole board is who determines whether or not you should get out early. And generally, people aren't going to give you parole after 2 months. I mean, that might be a thing, but not something I know about. How long? Well, I mean, that depends on your jurisdiction and how serious stuff like animal cruelty is. Oh, we have poisonous harassment, age of staked animals, fights between animals, artificial colored animals, providing proper food to blind animals, abandoning. Oh, this is Okay. Class I felony, which is low, to be fair, as far as felony. I think that might be the lowest felony. Yeah, I's the lowest felony class. Because he commits perjury. No. That's 6'5". What is considered knowingly as false information to any officer or intent to influence performance. Class I felony. That's just obstruction. There's something else too. Destroying documents. They have mandatory prison sentences and several $1,000s worth of fine. So perjury. That's at least 2 felonies. 3 if I can find the specific crime scene. Obstruction's more generic. Class H felony. Class I, punishable up to 3.5 years in prison, fines up to 10. Class H, punishable up to 6 years, maximum fine of $10,000 or both. I know there's a mandatory minimum. I don't. They would be in prison. Yeah, so he has. So what would likely happen is he has at least 2 Class I felonies and a Class H felony, in addition to potentially others. Yes, Rosie. Sorry. So, what's up, Tal? I was a clown for playing that case. The case was horrific. Not with a game, but perhaps I should continue to apply clown makeup before I play. Oh, sorry, Rosie. But thank you for the thought. So three felonies. Let's say he got convicted for all three. What would likely happen is he'd have sentences running concurrently instead of one after another, and then probably a period of probation. 2 months? I guess. Depends on what the jurisdiction's whether the jurisdiction has a mandatory minimum, and if so, what that mandatory minimum is. Because the mandatory minimum is you have to serve at least this much time. You can run it concurrently as opposed to consecutively, but there would still be that minimum. No, I gotta go to bed and wash this fucking marker off. So no, I didn't plan on rating anybody. Oh man, sorry. Yep, have a good one, Rosie. Thanks again. Wait, what are you talking about, dog? Oh, happy Mario Day to you as well. Guys, go check out Rosie. She was gonna raid, but I'm ending, so I'm gonna go raid somebody else. Still. Playing Mario. March 10th. Yeah, that's why I did want to come and see the guy. You know, I would have really liked this if he didn't have the goddamn I'm sick mask. Because all I can think of is him sneezing all the time. I like it in general, though. Oh, those shoes are sick. Okay, but he didn't have to have his initials on them. Whatever, I'll look past it. Oh, a few? Then it means 3. Few means 3. If you're not saying 3, then don't say 3. Because it would be 2 would be a couple. There is no significant difference in what I'm saying between 2 and 3. Oh, that doesn't actually. No! Chat outfit. So yeah, the legal shit in this case, it's a horrible game. In that regard. Horrible. Absolutely horrible. They made Marlon a better character at the expense of narrative, of legal narrative. And also at the expense of Blackwell, because now Blackwell looks worse. So I don't really like that. I don't think Marlon's character was worth making all that significantly worse. I mean, sure, it can be 4 or 5 if you want to be confusing. If you use few and you mean 10, you're a moron. Just say several. Several is more vague. But I improve this case, keeping the same. Well, you didn't need to do the whole thing at the end. I don't find that to be necessary to the story at all. No, I I don't think, I can't think of contexts where 10 or even 100 would. I think if you use it in that context, I think you're a moron. Your use of it is moronic. Just say, again, just say several. It's not going to confuse people. You will confuse people. Several can mean is a significantly more, like, clearer way of saying a lot. When people have like hundreds of thousands, I wouldn't say a few bucks. I wouldn't ever have to say the word few. If I used the word few, I would be a moron. Like I was for playing this case. Well, I mean, that makes sense. If you just have the same word for all of it, then that, you know, then you have the same word for it. English, we do not, though. We have several words. Like, so the characters are generally better. Or better. The characters are good. I like the characters. I actually would have loved for Marlon to just everything have been a waste, and his character just gets utterly destroyed as like a lesson that revenge is bad. He didn't need to be rehabilitated. I think that sort of sad ending would have been just fine. But the problem is that the twist didn't matter. Some people might like the twist, and that's fine. The twist thing, in terms of story-wise, how that impacted you is going to be subjective. I didn't care. In fact, I think the case would have been stronger without that. Legally speaking, it's objectively terrible. So you are sacrificing one thing for another, which tells me that was bad writing. You can find ways to do things without having to sacrifice one or the other. Because if you do have to sacrifice one or the other, then you have written yourself into a corner. Actually, I'll amend that. Well, no, not necessarily. Because as long as you establish... So I guess the way to look at it is their legal writing's always going to be bad. So from their standpoint, that was fine. However, I don't play this game as simply a, oh, let's have fun sort of light. So for me, a lot of that case was absolute garbage. The characters were fun, loved the animals, Sasha was cool. I liked Marlon's character. I preferred he got utterly destroyed in the end. That would have been satisfying. Sad that, like, you get the feeling that the captain dying was sad. I liked Krabs, even though he was a moron. I liked DePlume, even. Characters were good. There's a lot of fun elements to the story. As a lawyer playing this game, it's a horrendous case. So yeah, I'll take back what I said about the bad writing, because from their perspective, it's not necessarily bad. Because they don't care about how it looks legally. For them, just holding the evidence, just like whatever. Which, like, okay. For a layperson, that's fine. I play it, and I see that as absolutely dog shit. Like, because why wouldn't Blackwell just do that whenever he wants? Now you set up a potential inconsistency where he does it sometimes, but other times he doesn't. And what's based on his competency? Like, that was a fact that should have been brought up as soon as you presented the picture. the problem that Big Top's always going to have is that I just didn't care about its characters. It couldn't even do, the game couldn't even do like the good parts of Phoenix Wright right. They were still able to do some of those good parts here. Although I still think, even outside of legal analysis, Trep not telling us at the very last possible point when he told us that there was another secret, that's narratively incompetent. There's no good reason that he should have kept that a secret when Sasha's life was on the line. Well, I know. I want to make sure that people understand that I have a distinction between the legal perspective and then just me playing as a person who enjoys good narrative, the visual novel player perspective. Because there are different. One absolutely hated this case. One didn't like it that much either, but it had some good parts to it. It's better than the last case, and it's better than Big Top. So, there's that. But again, those cases are, you could put 10 monkeys in a room and have them type for a year, and they're going to come up with something better than Big Top and 5-2. I mean, they might have had a board of directors, so it could have been sold. There could have been some, clause in the operation agreement as to what would happen to a transfer of ownership upon death. Like, so that's the thing. Is it better than Big Top and the last case? Yes. Yes, it is. Is it better than Turnabout Serenade? Probably. Probably. Turnabout Serenade wouldn't have been as bad. It's the thing that Turnabout Serenade has a problem with compared to the other cases at the bottom is that it has a structure. It has this structural problem where it relies way too much on flashbacks and rewatching the same thing over and over. That's like a problem that not many other cases have, and that makes an already bad case significantly worse. Well, I guess it depends on what you mean by something good. That's a highly subjective argument, isn't it? I believe I would much rather read pages and pages of than Big Top or 5-2. At least I wouldn't get mad because of the inconsistency of it's nonsense from the beginning and it's nonsense to the end. Consistency. It feels strange to me because they don't really feel like Ace Attorney characters. Like, Ace Attorney characters are very likable. Even in the cases that are bad. You take Turnabout Serenade. Lenoir was really likable. Darian wasn't the worst villain. You felt kind of bad for Maki. I don't even remember what the last case was. I blocked it out of my memory already. So Blackwell's position is obviously problematic, but he himself as a character is fine. He just sucks at his job and the whole reasoning behind him doing dog shit. Is the Apollo Athena So Jinxie was a great character. Tenma was a great. I love both of them. They're great. Normally, these cases can at the very least give me characters to root for, even if the narrative is bad. Well, I should say, even if the legal narrative is bad, which most of the time it is. Especially if the, like, more basic entertainment narrative is bad, which also happens. Well, that's fair. I do not prefer the feelings that I felt these last two cases over boredom. Personally. Because there's so many layers to how bad that case is. Yeah, Filch was good. I liked Filch too. I liked Filch a lot. I liked his design. The biggest problem with the last case in terms of the characters is that what's his fuck was bad. Like, people were pointing out in comments that he's basically just a worse Red White. Which is true because to me, Red White was entertaining. That dude was hilarious. This motherfucker was like, cares. LaBelle, yeah. Just, ugh. I'm so wired because of how pissed off I am. Again, I just want, because there are going to be people that are going to be all butthurt that I said bad things about this case. Because a lot of people like this case a lot. Or at least certain portions of this case a lot. It's fine. That's fine. Sasha's really fun. I like Marlon. Liked LaBelle. Liked Crab, even though he did something really stupid that didn't make any sense. He also did something conversely, something only a Giga Chad would do. So, like... But that also creates the inconsistency of how can you be such a Giga Chad and such an idiot at the same time. Yeah, he doesn't fit anything about the character. Like, after meeting Tenma, I think about, like, how would he have been hired? Is that really somebody that Tenma saw and was like, I want that person to be my aide? That doesn't make sense. See, I still wouldn't call this case good. But it's not as bad as I'm making it seem when I destroy it for legal, the problems with its legal narrative. Because again, that's not really the point. I'm gonna experience that different from everyone. I know that. So that's why when I talk about, like, the problems with entertainment narrative, the crab thing pisses me off. Like, that's the biggest issue with the entertainment. Well, you can dislike Red White, but understand that he had a point at least. He wasn't anybody's aide. He was like a faux gangster, right? But you see LaBelle as, like, hero. Close to hero. Alright. I can't go to bed. I can't go to bed. So, I guess I'm just gonna go play Genshin. Turn to my happy place. I'll just say that, for now, the first 3 cases have not about... Not... Hopefully the last 3 cases Change my mind. But yes, I told you we'd get through it, and we got through it. I thought I was going to go to sleep right after this. I might just pull an all-dayer then. I'd say all-nighter, but it's already been all night. I'm leaving it. I'm not going to let the first 3 cases shade my glasses negatively for the next 3. I go into every case like a blank slate. Impress me or disappoint me, whatever. You have the chance to do either. You thought that case is the best in the game? Well then, if I think the same way you do, then this is going to be by far the worst Ace Attorney. By far. It's not good for my health, you're right. But what's worse is fucking my sleep schedule. My new job on Monday. I gotta get to sleep at like a like a good time. And if I sleep until 5 p.m., or even like 2 or 3 p.m., that's probably not gonna happen. Disagree with what? Oh. Well, no, I mean, that's just his opinion. I'm sure people have different opinions on which case. There might be some people out there that think 5-2 is good. There are people out there that think Hero is a good character. Nine Rumpus. So, I mean, well, stupid opinions. You collapsed? What, from like overtiredness? Or were you like hydrated or? Yeah, see, I definitely couldn't take nighttime medicine to like force myself to sleep because I'd sleep late. Oh, all right. Let's thank you to Lightgazer for the $1 USD and the re-up, the membership re-up. Thank you to the man for becoming a new member of the student body. Also, thank you to JB for your membership re-up. Much appreciated. So exhausted. Well, make sure you don't overdo yourself. That's not good. Well, as long as opinions are opinions for a reason, but as long as you know yours is worse for that reason. Oh, do you take like Benadryl or something? I bet. Normally I just singular and right, and sometimes that shit they use in meth. Sudafed. Every opinion can. All right. I'm done till next Friday. So I will see you guys start of 6/3 Friday. Well, have a good one. Or frame.
So, oh, we got all that action out of the way.
I thought there were going to be some quick time events.
Well, you did get to ask her a question.
Several.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to choose one of the questions, right?
And press X several
Control
times
Alt.
to continue the conversation.
Ooh, can we get some olives?
They're in bloom up ahead, too.
Oh,
What? They're olives?
Yeah. Apparently.
Aren't they beautiful?
Yeah.
Woo!
During this season, all the trees